Guten Tag, liebe Zuschauer.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. I welcome you to the online conference Global Crisis Deutschland.
Heute eine Premiere. Zum ersten Mal veranstalten wir, die Teilnehmer des internationalen Projektes Kreative Gesellschaft, eine Konferenz
It
dieser
is the
Art.
first time that we prepare the conference as participants of the Creative Society at Germany. Participants from Germany, Austria, Switzerland, as well as the larger international team helped to prepare the conference. This conference will be simultaneously interpreted by volunteers in 60 languages. Creative Society project is an international initiative which is growing by the day and already unites people from 180 countries. The project started 3 years ago as a result of a 10-year social survey and subsequent expert interviews. People all over the world were asked questions like, what kind of society would they like to live? What should this society be like? What values would be it based on? Is there something that unites us as the humanity, regardless of our background, status, or religion? The way people around the world have answered surprise us at all. They want to live in freedom, in security, in peace. They want to be respected and loved. This is what the Creative Society guarantees, a society in which human life is the highest value. Have you ever wondered why we cannot live this way? What's really stopping us? After all, everyone has an inner compass, but they strive for harmony and happiness.
Doch wie leben wir wirklich?
But how do we actually live? What conditions surround us? As a society today, we are faced with numerous crises and problems that burden our country as a whole, as well as each individual, making our life uncertain. The poverty trap, inflation, social division, and climate collapse are just some of the many problems. To get a deeper understanding of the current state of our country, we, volunteers of the Creative Society project, have spent the last few months thoroughly examining the current pressing issues in Germany. To do this, we analyzed information from official sources, conducted social surveys, as well as interviews with experts. While preparing, we came across interesting but also absurd information which surprised and shocked us. We've compiled a large amount of information into an overall picture, which we would like to present to you today. However, our goal is not simply to highlight the problems and shortcomings. Our main priority is to present you with an absolutely realistic and effective way of solving them, the way that will lead us out of crises and absurdity. This is the Creative Society. Today's conference will focus on the following topics.
Liebe Zuschauer,
Dear viewers, life in our society is filled with crises and fears. That's why we address you as people, uniting in pursuit of a secure future. The reason for this is the accurate situation of our society plagued by various crises and fears. In order to understand what people are currently most concerned about, we've conducted surveys. Let's listen to what people say about it.
I also think what's happening here in Germany at the moment is very bad, that people feel so insecure. Where is its economy heading right now? Can you still afford everything if you go to work every day?
Off the top of my head, I would say what worries me is that many people are in a difficult situation and that many people are, let's say, simply anxious or afraid about the future. How can I cope with that? Can I pay my bills now that we have the energy crisis? Everything is getting more expensive.
My major concern is people's health and healthcare provision in the Federal Republic of Germany. That will be the main issue. Care for the elderly, etc. also needs to be improved.
We need more family doctors, more pediatricians in every area, and they should be distributed properly. Pediatricians are available around here, but there are not many of them. Similarly, there is a shortage of other specialists like Psychologists and IT specialists. You can only see them when the situation is really severe.
Speaking from my profession, the healthcare system is definitely a concern for me. I find it difficult, especially in recent years due to COVID, to see the limitations of the healthcare system. And despite this, nothing visible is being done for nurses, doctors, and all other therapeutic professions. And you can also see now we have shortages of medication. The supply is totally breaking down. The emergency rooms and outpatient care just can't handle it anymore. And people feel completely abandoned.
Personally, what worries me, I would say, is the climate problem that we currently have globally.
I'm afraid for my children, my grandchildren. I want them to be able to grow up peacefully and without worries, and not for my 5-year-old daughter to say to me, "Grandma, can houses where we live be also bombed?" I think that's terrible.
Time and again, for centuries, there have been talks of peace, but it does not happen in reality. People don't really do anything for that, not even in Germany. Things have happened that didn't actually prevent many people from getting sick and dying. Instead, we should be focusing on improving the healthcare and education systems in Germany and ensuring that people live healthy lives, eat well, and start doing so from an early age.
If you don't come from at least a middle class or upper middle class family, you're off to a very difficult start. And I think it's going to be all the more difficult in the coming years because we, young people, will have to bear more and more tax burden as the population gets older.
It is always difficult to find an apartment in a new city when you have to move for that purpose, especially in big cities like Munich or Berlin. The real estate prices are, of course, much higher. And as a student, of course, you can't afford that.
Actually, it's utilities and apartment hunting. Yes, we're looking for an apartment now. It's just very difficult because it has become much more expensive.
In terms of our profession, we are forced to choose something that brings us money rather than choosing something that really speaks to our heart.
Well, I think it would be great if you could say, all right, this way you could really contribute and make a difference, because then people start to act themselves.
Yes, we are people. And what about the things that bring us joy? What about those qualities that people really carry inside them? How is that developed? What is the money invested in? They talk about peace, but only a very few people really care about peace. And the gap between the poor and the rich in Germany is getting bigger and bigger.
So that every person starts taking responsibility in their own environment.
And instead of this, to return to the love that we carry within us and come together, to really say, okay, and make every effort to reach a common understanding and to commit to it, and in general, to show more love as human beings.
Wer hätte sich noch vor einem Jahr
Who could have
vorstellen
imagined just a year ago that in our country such basic needs as housing, heating, and food would suddenly become unaffordable for many Germans, and a significant portion of the population would face financial problems? All this is happening in a country that is considered progressive and highly developed. So let's proceed to our first block, in which we will delve deeper into the issue of energy crisis.
Die heutige Energiekrise, in der sich
While the energy crisis our country is facing today is a central issue, most people are unaware of the extent to which our choices today predetermine our future. Germany's energy dependency and vulnerability has never reached such proportions. With the flood of information, is it still possible to have an overview of the complex situation we're in?
Wir sind inmitten geopolitischer.
We are in the middle of geopolitical conflicts. We are concluding new energy supply contracts for which new multi-billion-dollar infrastructure has to be built in a very short time. Our energy artery is being blown up in the middle of the day, and no one cares Renewable energies are being rapidly expanded, while our last nuclear power plants will soon be shut down. And these are the events that have unfolded before our eyes within just 1 year. Many people are not aware of the significance of these rapid events because every day we are in a survival state. What has led us to such a situation? The following video sheds light on the background and context of the current energy situation.
We live in times of uncertainty and chaos. Energy prices are skyrocketing, significantly affecting both the people's lives and businesses. Everything we have been building for centuries is now crumbling before our eyes. Recently, we have experienced unprecedented price growth. Inflation continues to rise, and businesses go bankrupt. This unstable situation puts many people in dire financial straits, and the quality of life is rapidly declining. Many businesses are forced to close because they can no longer afford the ever-increasing cost. It was impossible to imagine that we could be threatened with a blackout, but we have been on the verge of it several times. And now, a blackout can happen at any moment. There is a real danger overloading the power grid and disrupting the power, water, and gas supplies. In the event of a power outage, communications networks will also suffer. Telephone, mobile communications, and the internet could go completely out of order. We are just one step away from returning to the Stone Age. Because without electricity, all our technology and infrastructure will become useless, and we will no longer be able to live a normal, familiar life. What solutions are offered to us? While our taxes are used to subsidize energy companies, we have to wash less often, dress warmer, sleep in heating halls because we cannot afford heating, and because of energy savings. In our world, energy is a commodity traded on the stock exchange. The only winners of the energy crisis are the energy supply companies, which benefit from high prices. What brought us to this predicament? There is an opinion that the energy by geopolitical conflicts, but the problems began with the energy transition. Back in 2000, the Renewable Energy Act was passed, becoming the basis for the energy transition. In order to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels such as natural gas, oil, coal, the focus has been placed on promoting renewable energy sources that would generate sustainable and productive electricity. Are we on the right track? Will we be able to achieve? We are the country that has embarked on a radical energy transition. For decades, we had a well-functioning infrastructure that reliably provided us with energy. But we have shut down many of our nuclear power plants while importing nuclear generation from France. We are phasing out coal, but we buy electricity generated from coal in Poland. Now we put all our eggs in one basket, the renewable energy sources. In this case, we have to be 100% confident in them, since green energy generation is weather dependent and therefore unstable. We could rely on coal, gas, and now also nuclear power to produce the missing electricity. There is also the problem of its storage and transportation. Currently, wind energy cannot be transported from the north to the south of the country because of the outdated and poorly developed power grid infrastructure, which leads to power shortages and possible blackouts. Green energy cannot be the only source of electricity in the country, but for some reason, we focus on it. This only increases Germany's already existing dependence on other countries and the vulnerability of our energy infrastructure. What kind of independence can we talk about if green energy alone cannot cover our needs, and we have to import 70% of our energy today? 807 million euros were paid by taxpayers in 2022 for wind power that was never produced. Because we pay energy suppliers even produce energy. We have already spent hundreds of billions of euros expanding our renewable energy infrastructure. And with every new electricity bill, we continue to pay for it. In Germany, renewable energy makes up the largest share of total electricity production, and accordingly sets the most expensive tariffs. How many billions more do we have to spend on energy extraction technologies that are not the solution to our problems? Germany has always had the highest electricity prices, regardless of geopolitical events. In addition to old contracts that are currently not being serviced but are still in force, new oil and gas contracts are being added from new energy suppliers at much higher prices. Moreover, new liquefied natural gas terminals are being built, which have already cost us 6.5 billion euros in 2022, and billions more are expected to be spent. We can barely keep up with current expenditures due to inflation, and our country is getting even deeper into debt. Who is going to pay for all this? For decades, we have been investing in an inefficient and very expensive green energy infrastructure. We are in the middle of a trade war caused by the geopolitical situation, and we have to suffer from skyrocketing prices and overall uncertainty. But we, people, do not agree to that. Yet, who represents our interests? The interests of people. The current energy crisis is not a natural occurrence, but rather an artificial one. Is it really impossible for such a developed country as our Germany to find a way out of the energy crisis?
Die Energiekrise ist
The energy crisis has reached every household. Price hikes on almost all goods and services are felt, and the extra costs can hardly be covered. Many of us have not yet recovered from the shock caused by the annual electricity bills. How some have to forego planned trips, while others have to think twice about taking long showers or using their oven. Petrol and driving have become a luxury. Many bakeries, where people used to shop every day, have closed. German businesses are also struggling to survive. Even traditional bakeries with 200-year histories that survived the two world wars and now gone forever. And that has been hard-earned for decades in disappearing before our eyes. The Made in Germany mark will soon become history, because our industry will soon, and companies are already moving their production abroad. This means the collapse of our economy and thus prosperity loss. We have tried to get an overview of the true causes of the energy crisis, but it is extremely difficult for us, citizens. Even though energy is our livelihood and we are ultimately the financial sponsors, we, citizens, are pacified with relief packages, which are like a drop in the ocean. The population is becoming impoverished and has to cut back and economize more and more, while energy companies are making billions in profits from the energy crisis. Why is this happening? Because our system is geared in such a way all the money flows to the top, and there are enough candidates fighting to get a better place under the sun.
Die Energiekrise ist sowohl
The energy crisis is both international and a national problem.
Doch in dieser Krise steht der
But in this crisis, profit takes precedence over the well-being of people. What are the excuses for the causes of the energy crisis, and what solutions are being sought?
Die rasante Preiserhöhung
The rapid price increase on energy sources, such as gas, coal, oil, etc., has started in 2021. Germany's dependence on fossil fuels and the delayed energy transition are cited as the main causes. We now see that the situation has been exacerbated by geopolitical factors. It is assumed that if we had switched to green energies like solar, wind, and hydropower earlier, we would have already long been independent and climate neutral. Is green energy really the right solution?
Die Energiewende ist ein zentrales Thema.
The energy transition is a key issue in Germany. The aim is to achieve a climate-neutral energy supply by replacing fossil fuels with renewable energies. Well, this is seen as one of the main means to fight climate change. We would like to look at it from an energy supply perspective. What impact does the expansion of renewable energy have on the energy imbalance? We had a stable infrastructure that worked for decades, but now new variables are coming in. Look at the graph of how the energy mix has changed over the last 30 years. Due to the Renewable Energy Sources Act adopted in 2000, the green energy in Germany's energy mix is growing. The green part of the diagram on the left shows the share of renewable energies, which was 1.3% in 1990. In the last 30 years, this share has risen to 16%. This is what you see on the right-hand diagram. The share of nuclear energy and coal, marked in pink, gray, and red, have halved overall. This has a major impact on the infrastructure and especially on the energy supply, on the electricity supply. Let's look at what dangers this entails. The energy balance is decisive for the safety of the power grids, meaning if power generation and consumption are in balance at all times, then the power grid is stable. The current always flows evenly at 50 Hz in the grid. If the balance is not maintained, a deviation is about 0.5 Hz is enough to cause a grid failure. Different types of power plants are used to ensure this balance. Baseload power plants, such as nuclear power plants, which generate electricity in a stable way, but cannot quickly reduce or increase the load and cannot be shut down. And flexible power plants, such as gas, coal, and hydroelectric power plants, which can increase or reduce output when electricity demand increases or decreases. Renewable energy sources are weather-dependent and cannot be used at all times. They also cause unpredictable surges in the grid that have to be balanced. During the course of the day, however, the demand for electricity constantly fluctuates. At night, there is a rapid drop in demand, and during the day, the reverse happens seasonally too.
Yeah.
The demand for electricity also grows, especially in autumn and winter, when
great.
it grows many times over. With the rapid expansion of renewables, however, another factor is added, the weather. As a result, it is becoming increasingly difficult to ensure energy balance. Many factors are now affecting the balance in our energy grid, including increasing energy consumption, aging infrastructure, manipulation of energy markets, and climate change. In addition, green energy sources are causing dramatic changes in the way energy is fed into the grid. If the energy balance is disturbed, the power grid can collapse, and a so-called blackout will occur. That is the top of the entire power grid. Especially in the last year, the search queries as well as the presence of this topic in the media have increased very much. But people do not know that we have already been on the brink of blackout several times. The fact that we have safely survived this winter is weather-related luck. Let's hear what Mr. Herbert Saurup, president of the Austrian Society for Crisis Preparedness, about the blackout danger.
Yes, I'm observing the unfolding events with great concern, because 10 years ago, this was just a theory. From the systemic point of view, unfortunately, a lot of what I discovered at that time have come true. Last summer, I wrote a comprehensive analysis with concern for the coming winter, the development of a catastrophic winter, 2022 to 23. Scenario was also possible. Fortunately, this didn't happen, also because we were lucky that the weather conditions are still mild compared to the previous winters. If the winter was harsh, with lower temperatures,
Thank you too.
And a blackout is just a trending word. I mean by
Thank you.
a
I'm very happy for your help.
power outage, which affects several states or bigger regions of the country and lasts for a long period of time. This is a trigger event, but we're talking about the interruptions in the supply. A critical factor is the interruptions in the supply, but not the power outage itself. I tried to separate these two. I'm saying that there will be no help from the outside because it has affected everyone, and there are no extra resources. So this is an incident that we haven't faced before. According to the Office of Technology Assessment at the Bundestag, Germany, for the year 2011, catastrophic events can develop in a matter of a week, and we are not ready for them. In Germany alone, 12,000 overrides were needed to prevent a blackout last year. In 2021, this number was 8,000. The dynamics of the development of events over such a period of time gives us a clear picture. While 20 years ago, such overrides were a rarity. It's important to know that we don't have national power supply systems, neither German nor Austrian, but there is a single European system, managed by 32 operators of the energy supply system in Germany, 4 of which run from Portugal to eastern Turkey, and from Sicily to Denmark, and all of them must be constantly balanced. In other words, energy cannot be stored. It must be produced exactly in the amount that is being used at the moment. And many people don't know about it. It's become complicated only in recent years, since more and more parts of this process have come into play. On the one hand, more plants are being built due to the energy transition, more photovoltaic installations and wind farms. On the other hand, all this must be somehow made regulated and controlled with the help of digital technology. An important distinct reserve of previous large power plants. These are generators that produce electric energy. And the problem is that we want to shut them down on a large scale, or we have already done it. And this happens in Germany, where they almost phased out the use of nuclear, coal, and pretty much gas power. Amid all these events, there is a lack of stability, which means that if there is a power outage due to a series of unfortunate events, there is a great possibility that it would be impossible to stabilize the situation in this region. And this will be a large-scale power outage. The problem is that this safety technology was developed for the system that will soon cease to exist or will be used less and less due to the energy transition. There are many professional energy officials, particularly highly educated technicians, who talk about it openly. But no one listens to them, and no one takes their concerns seriously. We as a society also must be prepared for such events, because unfortunately, we cannot trust the people that make decisions, but do not possess this foresight at the political level, as many things are pretty much driven by ideology, and with little understanding of technical issues, because infrastructure is a project that lasts for decades, and it is not possible to change plans within a few months. And we saw that last year. On the one hand, nuclear power phase-out was delayed again, and on the other hand, coal-fired power plants that should have been dismantled were brought back. Meanwhile, there are more and more officials who are doing nothing and saying, "We'll wait and see what's going to happen," which can be dangerous. My main critical concerns regard the fact which I failed to understand over the past 10 years: who coordinates everything in Europe? Distribution system operators are still working perfectly and are well coordinated, and yet they are saying that since they don't know where and what is turned off, or where and what is generated, they are unable to adapt to such changes as rapidly as various decisions being made lately in political circles. And this is the problem of Germany, first of all. We always make the second step before making, meaning we turn something off before we find a replacement for it. And later, some averaged indicators in research supposedly prove that it works. Yes, everything works on paper, especially with averaged indicators. Yes, France has enough nuclear power, Poland has enough coal. There is enough in the system. But there should be enough, not only in the system, there should be enough at the regional level. Because if there is no current reserve in the northern part of Germany, or in the European part, there would be instability, which could lead to big catastrophes.
As we can see, Germany's power supply is tied to the synchronous continental European power grid, meaning that any instability or a blackout in Germany can trigger a chain reaction throughout the European Union. While we are talking about sustainability and independence, there is an increasing risk that our security will be challenged. Can you imagine these implications? Nothing gonna work anymore. Absolutely nothing. It's not about household electricity only. Safe water and food supplies, public transport, mobile networks, sewage systems, and so on, all will come to a standstill since they all need electricity. The world is just looking at Germany in disbelief. The world's stupidest energy policy. These are the headlines of the international newspapers. Not a single country has come up with the idea of simultaneously shutting down traditionally reliable baseload power plants, such as nuclear power plants, and switching to unreliable renewable energy sources. We luckily managed to make it through the winter, but the last nuclear power plants are set to be decommissioned. We'll be as lucky next winter as we were this year.
With the growing share of renewable energy and the simultaneous phase-out of conventional energy sources, it is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the most important aspect of the energy supply, the energy balance. Green energy is weather-dependent and therefore unstable. When there is no wind, not enough light on the cloudy days or at nights, or too much sun and wind, green energy sources create highly unpredictable fluctuations in the power grid, which have to be compensated by the fossil-fired power plants. It is these energy sources that are about to be shut down and in the near future because they are not environmentally friendly. But how do they in fact cope with winter recessions? In January 2021, when there was no wind in Germany, they used coal-fired power plants located in Romania and Bulgaria to make up for the power shortages. However, a very large amount of electricity that
Komabe magetsi ochuluka kwambiri omwe ankayenera kutumizidwa kuchera mu grid m'mayiko angapo anachititsa kuti magetsi ku Croatia awonongeke, zomwe zinachititsa kuti magetsi azizimitsa m'madera ena aku Ulaya. akatswiri amagetsi akusindikiza kuti sitinathe kupewa kuzimikitsa magetsi kuti konse. Koma ngati magetsi ochuluka angapangidwe kukhazikika kwa grid kuyeneranso kutsimikiziridwa njira yothetsera vutoli lingakhale kusunga magetsi. Chitsanzo chimodzi chotere ndikupezeka masiku ano ku Australia. Australia adalipira $200 miliyoni kuti amange ndi kuyika makina osungira mabattery a magetsi amphamvu ya 30,000 kwa ola limodzi. Ngati mphamvu yaikulu kwautero $200 miliyoni kwa ola limodzi. Kodi chimachitika ndi chiyani ngati kulibe magetsi ochuluka kuchokera ku Germany? Kenako mwachitsanzo ma turbines amphepo amachepetsedwa ndi ogwiritsa ntchito grid chifukwa chakuchulukira kwa grid. Inde anandimva bwino, ngakhale pa mavuto amagetsi mphamvu za maturbines amphepo ndizochepa ngakhale pakukhala mphepo yokwanira monga ogula tikulimbikitsidwa kuti tisunge magetsi. Komabe tikupitira magetsi omwe anapangidwa nkhondo. Chaka chatha koma ma euro 800 miliyoni anagwiritsidwa ntchito pa izo. Kodi zonsezi sizopusa? Pofika chaka cha 2030 pafupipafupi 80% ya mphamvu zonse zogwiritsa ntchito magetsi adzakhala ataphimbidwa ndi mphamvu zowonjezera zomwe ziyenera kukhala gwero lalikulu la mphamvu la magetsi. Malinga ndi the South Institute for Cooperation Economically, kusintha kwa mphamvu kupita ku zina zopangira mphamvu kudzawononga ife nzika kuposa ma euro 500 billion yofika chaka cha 2025. Ndipo pali kuyembekezera kuti ndalama zonse zikhoza kufika 1 trillion euros kumapeto kwa 2030. Ndiye pafupifupi ma euro 10,000 zika ya Germany. Tiyeni tione zachitukuko momwe ndalamazi zingatengera. Magetsi opangidwa kuchokera mphamvu ya mphepo yomwe ikuyenera kuchulukitsidwa katatu kumpoto kwa dzikolo sangayendetsedwe kumwera chifukwa palibe zingwe za magetsi zopangira izi. Akulankhula akumasumira kale kutsutsana ndi kukula kwa zingwe za magetsi. Ngakhale ndi zabwino kukulitsa zikungatheke zaka 7 zikubwera zikuti Bavaria, koma mphamvu ya bwino imapangidwa muzomera. Mbali ina yakusintha kwa mphamvu ndi kugawanika kwa magalimoto amagetsi ndi malo awo opangira magetsi. Zomwezo zimagwiritsanso ntchito kukula kwa mphamvu otentha chifukwa malinga ndi malamulo atsopano kuyambira 2025 kupita tsogolo kulibe makina otenthetsera mafuta kapena gasi omwe angapikidwe m'bungwe la Federal Network Agency linachenjeza kuti ngati tipitiriza kugwiritsa magalimoto amagetsi pa malo ogawira ndalama, kodi zaka 20 zapitazo zinali nthawi yokwanira kumvetsetsa kuti mphamvu yopiririra yathu kusatetezera kwa mphamvu kwambiri komanso chiopsezo chowonjezera cha kusindikizidwa kwa magetsi chifukwa cha kufalikira kwa zowonjezera zili kutali ndi nkhani yonse. Zowonjezeranso zimatifikitsa pa chiwonongeko cha chuma chifukwa cha lonjezo lomwe silikukwaniritsidwa. Germany amalipira yachiwiri pamwamba mitengo ya magetsi pa dziko lonse, pamene ngakhale anansi athu kulipira zosakwana theka la zimene timachita. Mitengo imayendetsedwa mwachisawawa ndi nkhondo za malonda zomwe zimapangitsa pakhale kusowa kwa mphamvu za magetsi ndi kulingalira pansi pa magetsi, kumene munthu angagule zosiyera mtengo ndi kugulitsa pa mtengo wapamwamba. Oyendetsa mtengo wina ndi zomwe zimatchedwa merit order principle. Izi zikutanthauza kuti tsiku lililonse mosasamala kanthu za gwero la mphamvu zomera zopangira magetsi zimayikidwa kuchokera ku zotsika mitengo.
An example from
Makina omaliza
2022.
amagetsi motsatiriza
If only one very expensive gas-fired power
mwachitsanzo
plant is
2022
needed, then all other nuclear, coal, solar, and wind power plants will receive the highest price corresponding to
malashadziwa
the
ndi mphepo
gas-fired
adzalandira
power plant.
mtengo wapamwamba
If the power
kwambiri
plants that
wolingana ndi
produce
magetsi
cheap
opangira
electricity
gasi.
can pass on the
Ngati
price,
magetsi omwe
our
amapangirira
electricity
mtengo
prices in the current situation will be much
angakutse
cheaper.
mitengo yathu ya
However,
magetsi
since the
mukakhale
last base load power plant is usually a
amakono
gas-fired
ngakhale
power
yotsika
plant, and
mtengo
gas
kwambiri.
prices are currently high
Koma popeza
and
malo
will continue
otsika
to be high,
opangira magetsi opangira
consumers end up paying
nthawi
high
zambiri
profits.
amakhala malo
That means
opangira magetsi ndipo
people
mitengo ya
use
gasi
gas.
pakali pano ikukwera ndipo
The
idzapitirirabe
winners in this
kukhala
case
yokwera.
are exactly the green
Ogula amatha kulipira
electricity
ndalama
producers
zambiri
who are
zomwe
cheaper.
zimachokera ku mafuta okwera mtengo
This is
ndipo
an
kuti
artificially
gasi
created
opambana
price
pakali ndi
driver. In Germany, pure green
ku Germany
electricity from
magetsi
renewables is advertised.
magetsi ochokera
But
ku
even if you don't
renewable
have a green electricity tariff, you pay for the
amalengezedwa kwamba
expansion
ngakhale
whether
mulibe
you like
mitengo
it or not.
ya magetsi
Until
mumalipira
July
ku
1st,
kukulitsa
2022,
zowonjezera kaya
all
mumakonda kapena
customers
ayi. Pa
finance the
July
EEG
1,
levy
2022
with
makasitomala onse
every
amalipira
electricity bill.
leve
This
ya
is a surcharge
EEG
to
ndi
promote
bill
energy
iliyonse
production
ya
from
magetsi.
renewable energy
Izi
sources
ndi ndalama
under the
zowonjezera
Renewable Energy
kulimbikitsa
Sources
kupanga
Act,
mapapu
EEG.
kuchokera ku
Let's take a look
renewable
at the breakdown of the electricity prices.
energy.
In
Tene tione
2021,
kuonongeka kwa
taxes
mitengo ya
accounted for
magetsi mu
more than half of the
2021.
electricity
Misonkho
price.
idapitirira
The
theka la
EEG
mitengo wa
levy
magetsi
at
leve
6.5 cents
pa
per kilowatt
6.5
hour
cents
accounted
pa
for more
kilowatt
than
hour
one-fifth of the total
ankalengera
electricity
oposa
price.
1.5 wa mtengo okwana
From
magetsi.
January 2023, we
Kuyamba
celebrate the abolition
January
of the
2023
EEG levy, which was
timakondwera
already decided in
kuchotsedwa kwa
2021.
msonkho wa
But
EEG
at
omwe
the same time, the National
unakhazikitsidwa kale mu
Emissions Trading
2023
Scheme,
koma pa
the
nthawi
so-called
imodzimodziyo
CO2 tax, was
ndondomeko ya
introduced.
malonda a
This will
dziko
be raised
lapansi ya
every year.
CO2 msonkho
This means
inayambika
that we
izi
are
ndi
not only burdened by
zakwezedwa
our
chaka
electricity
chilichonse.
bills,
Izi
but
zikutanthauza
also pay
kuti
the so-called
tsopano
CO2 tax for every product, every service, and every
kulipira CO2
commodity
product
that is produced, delivered, heated, or cooled with or through fossil
pabulo ya
fuels.
magetsi.
The only thing that has really changed for us is that the price is no longer shown
Chimene
in
chinachintha
the
kwambiri
electricity
koma
bill.
ndichaona kuti mitengo
Green
sikuoneka pa
as it is called,
mabilo a
should
magetsi.
benefit the environment, and all efforts
Mphamvu
and
ya
extreme
magetsi
costs
ochokera ku
are
chilengedwe
aimed at
ziyenera
this.
kupindula ndi
But how green
chilengedwe
is green energy
zonse ndi
really?
ndalama zonongedwa.
Let's watch a video on this topic.
Ine toneni video ya mutuwu.
Today, renewable sources make up about 28%
Lero.
of total energy. But in order to produce them, we still use non-renewable natural resources. All this continues to contribute to
Nthawi
the
zino timagwiritsa
depletion and
ntchito
pollution of the planet.
magetsi osachokera ku chilengedwe.
Solar panels,
Zimene
for
zimaononga
example,
dziko
contain
lathu.
such heavy metals as lead,
Masolar panels
cadmium,
mwachitsanzo.
and mercury. During operation, they leach into the ground and evaporate into the atmosphere. Waste from solar panels is 300 times more toxic than nuclear waste and requires special disposal. But since it costs more than production, they decided not to bother with it and send the used panels to landfills in poor countries. So far, not a single country in the world has regulations for their disposal. According to scientific studies, by 2030, there will be up to 8 million tons of green waste in the world. And this volume will increase to 78 million tons. Let's imagine how these numbers would increase if we completely switch to these sources. Is this calculated in the reports? And is this topic explored that deeply at the conferences? As you can see, this only makes the environmental situation worse. And this is just the tip of an iceberg that we have to look into deeper. So, what's wrong with wind farms? Let's start with our wallets. out of which you and I will have to pay for these ambitious solutions. Building a wind farm requires an enormous investment of money and resources. The service life of a wind farm can be as long as 30 years or more, but many wind turbines are decommissioned at the end of 20 years subsidy period, regardless of their functionality, due to lack of economic benefit. And during this time, it manages to recoup only 78% spent on its construction and installation. We are not even talking about maintenance, which implies building special purpose vessels, expensive utility high-rises, and constant replacement of blades. One wind park requires more than 500 tons of lubricants, which is comparable to 9 tank cars of railway trains, which, by the way, are also produced from non-renewable resources of the planet. Just think about it. The size of the turbine blades can be as big as the length of a soccer field. And do you know what they are made of? That's right, of that very plastic that we continue to struggle with so unsuccessfully around the world. Due to their gigantic size and hazardous chemical composition, they can't be recycled. So the classic solution is that the blade is or exported to other countries for a fictitious recycling. This, therefore, poses an insurmountable problem for our environment. The need to produce lightweight and strong rotor blades leads to another critical problem: the use of balsa wood. Currently, according to the German Federal Environmental Agency, more than 90% of the balsa wood harvested worldwide is used in wind turbines. The rest is split between yacht construction and model building. To meet the demand, loggers and traders loot the Amazon rainforest for balsa wood reserves. They have spared neither indigenous territories nor those of nature reserves, and this has led to serious social conflicts. The felling of balsa trees is detrimental to nature. This species performs important ecological functions and protects the banks of rivers from erosion. In the year 2021 alone, we consumed almost 26,000 tons of balsa wood. That's 170,000 balsa trees. After all that, do you still think wind power is environmentally friendly? Now, let's take a look at the downside of hydropower. 63% of the world's major rivers are blocked by hydroelectric dams. At that, dam failures and breaches put lives at risk, and the planet's ecology suffers. Hydroelectric power plants directly affect the bowels of the earth. Millions of tons of water in reservoirs press against tectonic plates, causing. Moreover, according to a recent study by the World Wildlife Fund, hydropower production is no longer reliable because rivers are drying up due to the current climate crisis. We keep being persuaded that alternative sources will improve the environment and solve the issue of climate change. Why? Where does such pushy advertising of green energy and show of concern for
Kodi kutsutsana kwa mphamvu koteleko kwa mphamvu za green energy kuti amatirikira nkhawa kuchokera kuti mbuyo pake tizopindulitsa kwa maiko omwe amakazikitsa kuti apereke ndalama zothandizira ntchito ndi kugula mphamvuyi patu. Germany ndi chitsanzo chabwino mwakutseka mafaktori ambiri opangira magetsi a nyuklia chifukwa cha mphamvu za renewable zafika zoyipa. Masiku opindulitsa kwambiri tekinoloji ya renewable 17% yokha ya mphamvu zonse zomwe zimagwiritsidwa ntchito. Lero liyenera kugula mphamvu ndi ndalama zambiri za kukometsa msonkho kuchokera ku malo omwe renewable amene anyukira maiko ayandikira nawo. Palinso fundo ina yofunika kwambiri. Mphamvu zonjezera zimakweredwa mphepo choncho ziyenera kugwiritsidwa ntchito nthawi yomwe kapena kusonkhanitsa komabe magetsi ndi chinthu chomwe chikoya momwe dzidzidzi kapena bagwa mwa dzidzidzi.
About 100
kilowatts
batteries of
pamwezi
2.4
fupifupi
kilowatt
mabattery 1002.4 kilowatts adzafunika kuti akwanitse zosowa za mwezi wa banja limodzi. Tsopano tiyeni tikumbukire kuti battery ndi kutembenuka kwa mphamvu ya magetsi kukhala mphamvu ya mankhwala ndi kubweranso kuti apange mankhwala oopsa amagwiritsa ntchito omwe sangathe kubwezeretsedwa. Ndipo pofuna kuti kupanga bomba ntchito ya ana migodi ya pansi ya munthaka ku Congo ikugwiritsidwa ntchito zonsezi zimachititsa kuti tisunge mpweya umene amati tizipume. Tsopano kunena kumwachidule ndikukwerezera kwa mphamvu kotere kwa makwere amphamvu a munthu wina, kodi tikugwiritsa ntchito kukwera kwa mphamvu zawozo? Poganizira zonsezi tiyenera kuyankha imodzi mafunso otsatira: kodi tiyenera kukhala ndi mphamvu zowonjezera mphamvu ngati zili ndi zovuta zambiri? Kodi nkopindulitsa kwa ife monga anthu leloli? Kapena kodi tiyenera kuyesetsa kupeza yankho lokwera mtima kwambiri?
Instead of finding effective solutions, we have been financing the energy transition for 20 years to reduce CO2 emissions and make ourselves more independent. It tells a different story. Germany's dependence on both other countries and fossil fuels is growing. Let's take a look at how absurd and precarious the current situation is. The label green energy is just marketing and has nothing to do with sustainability and environmental protection. This is true greenwashing. They want to reduce CO2 emissions by nuclear power plants first, even though they have been classified as green and sustainable by the EU Commission. Instead, we are buying nuclear power from France and the Czech Republic. The coal phase-out is planned for later, even though coal burning produces more emissions. Is it more sustainable to import additional coal-fired power from Poland as well? Prohibit the extraction of liquefied natural gas through fracking in our country, as it is very harmful to the environment, but we have no qualms about buying it from the USA. Delivery by huge tankers over thousands of kilometers.
Kulumizidwa ndi mathanki akulu pa mtundu wa makilomitala masauzandi komanso maonekedwe oyipa a carbon dioxide sizingakwanitsije zofuna zathu osachulapo kuti ndi okwera mtengo kwambiri kuposa gasi otchipa komanso opezeka mofala. Kuphatikiza apo, khala ndi ndalama yoyendetsera zomangamanga zatsopano zomwe ndi imene 10 kufika 28. Mtengo wa kusintha kwa mphamvu udzakhala 500 mabiliyoni euros kufika 2025. Ndipo ndi zotsatira zotani zomwe tiyenera kuzionetsera. Mulingo wa carbon dioxide ukupitirirabe kukwera mosasamala kanthu kuti ndi mabiliyoni angati omwe tikupitirirabe kuponya mphepo. Ndi zaka zingati zomwe tikuyenera kumvetsetsa kuti zowonjezedwazo si yankho. M'malo mwake tikuyenera pa chiopsezo cha kuziwitsira kwa magetsi kofala chifukwa mphamvu yake ya magetsi ikukhala yosamlimba kwambiri chifukwa cha renewable energy.
Is a resource poor and depends on imports.
Ndipo Germany ndilosauka ndipo imadalira zinthu zochokera kunja. Mphamvu za renewable zimapangitsa kudalira kumeneko kukhala kupirira chifukwa cha kusintha kwa energy. Kupitiriza apo imatilemetsa ndi ndalama zambiri zomwe sizimalipiridwa mwa njira iliyonse. Kusintha kwa mphamvu kumabweretsa kutaya kwa chuma kwa ife, zoletsa zochulukira ndi ndalama zikuyambika. Pali nkhani ya mfundo yatsopano la decentralization m'dziko lathu, monga makampani ambiri akusamukira kunja iwo samakodza pasi pa mtengo
The
wa magesi
companies
ndi
are
mphamvu
therefore
ya
forced to
mtengo.
invest into environmentally
Makampaniwa
friendly technologies
amakazisa
and
kuyika
purchase
ndalama
emissions
asamala
allowances to
chilengedwe
reduce
ndi
CO2
kugula ndalama
emissions.
zochepetsera mpweya wa carbon dioxide.
Furthermore,
Kuphatikiza apo,
passed that prohibits certain
malamulo
productions,
akuperekedwa omwe
such as
amalemeza zinthu
normal
zina
gas
monga
and oil heaters, may be
kusakhalanso kwa
put into
gasi ndi
operation
zochokera
starting from
mafuta zomwe
2025.
zitha kukhazikitsidwa kuyambira
Electrical
2025
vehicles will
ndipo
be allowed
magalimoto
from
osagwirizana
2025.
ndi nyengo ndi
This
omwe
has fatal
adzaloledwe kuyambira
consequences for our
2035.
economy.
Izi zili zotsatira zoyipa zochuma
Die
chathu.
Energiekrise.
The energy crisis
Vuto la
is
mphamvu ndi
artificial
lochita
and man-made.
kupanga komanso
Trade
lopangidwa ndi
wars,
anthu nkhondo
speculation, and
za
the
malonda
ideological view of
zongoyerekeza
energy
ndi
supply
malingaliro
serve
amalingaliro
one single
okhudzana ndi
purpose:
mphamvu za magezi
profit.
zimangogwira ntchito imodzi yokha
Why
imene ili
is
phindu.
green energy
Chifukwa chani
specifically
mphamvu
promoted when it is so
yochokera ku
problematic
chilengedwe
for
zimalimbikitsidwa
stable energy
makamaka
supply and
pamene
instead of
zimakhala
relieving
zovuta kwambiri kuti
burden on
zikhale
the consumer
zokhazikika komanso malo
and also
mochepetsera
on our
katundu wawo
environment,
ogula
it is becoming more and
komanso
more a
pa
burden.
chilengedwe chathu
More
zimakhala
efficient
zovuta
technologies,
kwambiri.
which have an efficiency far above
Ukatswiri
one
wabwino
and
kwambiri
make
omwe
us truly
umagwira
independent
ntchito
of
bwino
fossil
kuposa
fuels
imodzi
are
ndipo
not being discussed in the
ungatipangitsa
wider
kukhala
public.
osadalira mafuta
Diskutiert.
Are there
pansi
really no other
zikukambidwa
efficient and
m'bagulu kodi
sustainable technologies?
palibenso umisiri wina wogwira mtima
Schauen
komanso
wir uns
okhazikika.
Let's watch the
Tiyeni
following
tione
video clip.
zotsatirazi kanema kotsatirana.
Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power
Mukhoza
industry.
kunyepetsa
In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are
kufuna
able to do it
luso
now.
latsopano ukadaulo ndipo tikutha kutero tsopano koma pachikhalidwe chimodzi chokha choyamba tiyeni timvetsetse mmene
And what benefits
kudumpha
each
kotereko
person
kuli
will gain from
koyenera ndi phindu limene munthu aliyense angapindule nalo.
fuel-free generators? What are they?
Generator
Let's
opanda
start by
mafuta
comparing
ndi
them
ziyani.
with
Tiyeni
traditional
tiyambe
generators.
pakafupi
The efficiency of traditional energy
achikhalidwe.
sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to
kuchita
35%.
bwino kwa mphamvu
Efficiency of
ya
solar
nyuklia
panels,
mpaka
up to
35%,
22%.
kuchita kwa masolar panel 22%.
If we go to the most efficient
Ngakhale malo
hydroelectric
opangira
power
magetsi
plant,
opangira
we can see
magetsi
that
omwe
its efficiency is
ochokera
no
ku
more than
madzi
85%.
mphamvu sizipitirira
At the same time, we
85%.
lose most of
Koma
this
mphamvu
energy
za
while we are transporting it
zimagwiritsa
to the
ntchito
consumer.
potengera ogula chifukwacho
It's impossible for us to
fanya
implement
kosatheka kuyika makina
hydroelectric power
opangira
plant
magetsi
in every
otero
home.
nyumba iliyonse.
It's very possible for us to equip
Koma
every home with
ndizotheka
an FFG.
kwa ena
Fuel-free
aliyense
generators
kuti
requires energy
kupereka
only for
magetsi
its
ndi
startup,
FFG.
and then it operates
Generator zaje imafunika
which means
mphamvu
the efficiency
pokhapokha
of fuel
yamwe ndiyeno
energy is
imagwira
greater
ntchito
than
zokha iyo
100%.
ndipo
Thus,
zazikulu kuposa
FFG
100%.
is not a
Choncho
perpetual motion machine,
FFG si makina
since it
oyendetsera
requires
osatha
an input of energy,
chifukwa amafunabe kulowetsa
smaller
mphamvu koma
amount
pang'ono-pang'ono
than what
kuposa
energy it can produce. An obvious question arises:
imabwera.
how energy then will
Funso
be
lodziwikiralo
generated if
ndilakuti
no fuel
ndiyena
required for that?
magetsi amenewo
From the school physics
ingapangitse
class that
bwanji
according
ngati
to the law of
magetsi
energy conservation,
sakupezeka
we can't get more network
sakufunika.
output than we
Tikudziwa
spend
kuchokera
on
ku
it.
sukulu ya
But
physics
this
kuti
law only
molingana ndi
works in
malamulo
closed systems.
eja cha mphamvu
Whereas
sitingathe kupeza
FFG
ntchito
is
zambiri
an open
kuposa
system
zomwe
and
timapeza.
it receives energy from the
Pomwe
surrounding space.
FFG ndi njira yotsegula
Scientists
ndipo
of the Russian
imalandira
Academy of
mphamvu kuchokera
Sciences
ku
experimentally
madera
confirmed that, for
ozungulira
example, during the
asayansi
operation
Russian
of magnetic
Academy of Sciences
FFGs, the space around the
adazindikira
generator
kuti
does not heat up,
mwachitsanzo
but cools
pakugwira
down.
ntchito
There
mwa
are many myths and
makanito
fakes around
FFG
this
amalo
technology
ozungulira
that
generator
discredit the very
satenthetsa
existence of
koma
FFGs.
amazizira m'malo mwake.
Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices.
Nthawi zambiri
Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool,
nchifukwa chani zizi zikuchitika
but
chifukwa
also
chani
a tool of political
mphamvu
influence.
sichida
It brings
chokutsa
billions
ntchito
of dollars
komanso
in
chida
profits for
chachizima
energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However,
Komabe ngakhale pali zopindira zonse pakadali pano pali zida zingapo zogwira ntchito kuchokera kwa odziwika bwino. Tiyeni tione zina mwa zochitika zimenezi.
Its original inventor is considered to be
Magneti
John
oyambitsa
Searle, who
wake
used
woyamba
custom-made
ndi
magnet
John
sensor
Searle
machines.
yemwe
Since
ankagwiritsa ntchito
2019,
maginito
based on a
opangidwa
similar
mwa uluso
technology by the
makina
inventor
ati kuyambira
Dennis Danzig,
2019
a US
kutengera
company
ukadaulo
has been
ofanana
supplying
ndi
power to its
oyambitsa
customers
Dennis
using
Danzig
plants with a
kupano
capacity
yako yese yekha ikupereka mphamvu ya 25 kilowatts.
it's no longer science
Kuyambira
fiction.
2029 sinthano zosayansi ndi okhawo omwe ali kutali ndi sayansi komabe omwe samaona matekinoloji atsopano a FFG ngati nthano chifukwa chake omwe amaseka pano a FFG amaseka ena. Tiyeni tipitirize
a whole range of fuel-free
mitundu
generators was
yonse
developed in
amajenera
Ukraine.
opanda
The principle of
mafuta
operation
anapangidwa
of
ku
these
Ukraine.
generators was based
Fundo
on a
yogwiritsa
loop
ntchito
electromagnetic gun, a
majenera
pulse
inali
power system.
yodziwika ya loop
For example, one of
electromagnetic
the systems
power
produced
system
25 kilowatts
mwachitsanzo
of free
imodzi
energy
mwa
on a
teknoloji
conventional
opanga ndi
generator with an input of 3
25 kilowatts
kilowatts.
ya
The
mphamvu ya
efficiency
magetsa
is
ya ulere
833%.
pene ili 3 kilowatts.
Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by German company, which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt. Is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption?
kuchokera kwa 200%. Ndi ndalama zingati zimenezo ndogwiritsa ntchito mphamvu zokwanira makilowati asanu ndi imodzi pa ola limodzi. Majenereta awo aliyense wopambana ndi makuswera chipulu amatchedwa ofika Tesla ukadala wamphamvu kwambiri wa ku Africa kuti zitheka kupanga jenereta yaulere komanso kukweza magalimoto kuti izitha kuyenda wopanda mafuta kapena kuyitanidwa. Zotsatira zake ngakhale helikopita zonongekanso kupasachedwa oyambitsa analepera ku jenereta yaying'ono kwambiri ya 500 watt.
In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, trees.
Mwene Mexico, New Zealand ndi maiko ena ambiri pali magulu ofufuza omwe amapanga mageneta opanda mafuta. Zili bwanji bafuta kuli chimezi zotheka bwanji nanga zidatheka bwanji kuti apange matekinoloji amene ndipo anthu okuza andi
they get energy for free.
nanga bwanji mageneta sakuonongeka chifukwa chakuti amapeza mphamvu kwa ulere ndi kugwiritsa kwa okula ndrama mmene mageneta okha amaonetsa ndalama zambiri. Kuchokera kuchike FFG omwe akugwira ntchito tsopano sakusindiza anthu onse kukhala odzidalira okha. Chifukwa chani ukadaulo odabwitsawo sukupezeka kwa aliyense chifukwa tikugula mkonjomera format fanyake sizikupezeka.
Wie wir gesehen haben, gibt es bereits.
As we can see, there are already technological solutions that can provide a fuel-free, efficient, and safe energy to the population. Many who have watched this video are asking, why do we have to keep paying our electricity bill? Why don't we nationalize fuel-free generators and provide everyone with free energy? Surely would be a logical solution for the energy crisis. Imagine if every household had such a device at their disposal, and there was no such thing as utility bills anymore. This would not only be real energy transition, this would be a totally new stage of social development in the area such as manufacturing, transportation, and communication. No harmful waste, no environmental disasters, no energy shortage. Yes, in a creative society where all resources and scientific knowledge belongs to human
Creative
society,
society
our everyday life and daily
zimenezi zimene zidzakhala
life. But
ngati
our
moyo
reality
wathu
is
wa tsiku ndi
different.
tsiku.
In the
Koma zenizeni
profit-oriented
ndi zoti
society, all conditions are created to turn essential resources into
anthu odzikondawa
there are
zinthu
wars
zonsezi
for new
zimapita mu
markets,
bizinesi yawo. Pali nkhondo
speculations for
za misika yatsopano
open terrorist
zongoyerekeza
attacks,
komanso
civilian
zigawenga
energy
zotsekuka
infrastructure,
pa
even
zachitetezo
the
pa
air
mphamvu
is taxed.
za anthu amba ngakhale
So the
mpweya
FFGs are being turned into
ungakhomedwe
an
msonkho.
expensive
N'chifukwa chake
commodity,
ngakhale
even
FFG
their
akusinthidwa
production
kukhala
cost
chinthu
is
cha mtengo
negligible
wapatali,
compared to their
ngakhale
output.
mtengo wawo wopangira
What would
ndi
happen
wocheperako
tomorrow we
poyerekeza ndi
introduce
zomwe
such
akutulutsa.
technologies as
Kodi
FFGs worldwide
chingachitike
without
ndi chiyani ngati mawa
changing the
tiyambitsa
format of
ukadaulo wa
society? Many millions
ndi
of
kusintha
people
format ya
employed in the
society.
energy
Anthu ambiri
sector will
mamiliyoni
become
ambiri ogwira
unemployed
ntchito mgawo wa magetsi,
overnight.
anthu akukhala
Their
opanda ntchito
families will lose
tsiku
their
lililonse.
livelihoods.
Mabanja awawo
The ensuring
akumata
economic
chuma chawo.
collapse. This
Kugwa
makes, as well
chuma
as
komwe
mass social unrest,
kukudzachitidwa
will plunge the
komanso
world into
chipwirikiti cha
chaos
anthu ambiri zitha kugwetsa dziko lathu,
in addition to already existing crises.
chipwirikiti kuphatikizapo
Because in
mavuto omwe
today's society, people
amadakale.
are not
Chifukwa chake
protected.
chilanga
The energy,
anthu sali
just like
otetezeka,
human
ndipo
life,
mphamvu
is just a
mofanana ndi
commodity.
moyo wa munthu ndi chinthu cha
What
mtengo
would be the
wapatali.
best thing for all of us?
Ndi chiyani chomwe
Energy
chingakhale
supply,
chabwino kwa
just
tonsefe?
like water,
Kupereka
is a
mphamvu,
human right and
magetsi
not
monga
an
madzi
right to have
ndi
product,
ufulu wa munthu
but a
osati
vital
zabwino kukhala
foundation of
nazo,
life.
koma
The
maziko ofunikira
introduction
a moyo.
of FFGs
Kukhazikitsidwa
requires
kwa
social
ma
security
FFFG
every
kumafunika
individual and a
chitetezo cha
new
anthu
needs-based
kwa munthu
economic system,
aliyenso ndi
transparency and
dongosolo
direct
latsogolo
citizen participation
latsopano
in
la
social
zachuma,
decisions. This is
kuonekera
enshrined
komanso
in the
kutengera
8
nawo
pillars
mbali
of the creative
mwachindizo kwa
society,
nzika
and the
pa
introduction of
zosankha za
these
magulu a
pillars
democratic
at the
society
legal level will
mwa
usher
8
into
pillars
the
of
human
creative
rights
society
to which we
ndi
are
kukhazikitsa
entitled, such as freedom,
ndi
security,
kutsimikiza
and the
ufulu wa
dignity of
munthu
life
umene
for a
tili nawo
dignified
monga
life.
ufulu, chitetezo ndi moyo
Thank you very much,
wolemekezeka.
Gunther. Later on, we'll tell our viewers in detail about the Creative Society format, and we'll also touch upon the topic of energy supply as well. So be sure to stay tuned. We would like to remind you that this conference is being simultaneously interpreted into 60 languages. The topics we address today are extremely important but also sensitive. Therefore, there is a possibility that our live broadcast may be blocked. So please continue to share this conference and stay tuned on other platforms. The links to our live broadcast can be found in the description below.
In our next block, we're going to look at the social sector of our society and how it relates to the
Mu
economic
chiwiri
system.
chathu chotsatira
The
tiona
social
gawo la
sector is
chikhalidwe
affecting
cha
more and more
anthu
people in
komanso
our
momwe
country.
tikugwirizana
With
ndi dongosolo la
information
zachuma.
we gather
Mavuto a
with
zachuma
that
kukhudza
documentary.
anthu
So let's take a
ambiri
look
dziko lathu,
at the current
talemba
state
zomwe
of
tatsonkhaniza
affairs
zomwe.
in Germany
Choncho
today.
tiyeni tione mmene zinthu zili panopa ku Germany.
How is a country's Germany
Kodi chuma cha dziko chimayesedwa bwanji ku Germany? Chimatengedwa kuti ndi dziko lolemera, tili ndi mabiliyoni mayulo pa misonkho komanso chuma chomwe chikucheka. Nanga nchifukwa chani umphawi kuchulukiranso? Nchifukwa cha kukwera kwa mitengo komanso kukwera kwa mtengo kwa chikhalidwe cha anthu ku Germany chikupitirirabe kuchepa. Kodi chinthu ichi chomwe tili nacho cha Germany ndi chowani? Kodi tiyeni tioneni limodzi.
The poverty rate in
Linga ndi kunena kwa Patricia kwa Fortune, umphawi wa Germany ndi 6.6%, kapena kuti anthu 13.8 miliyoni. Oposa 11% ya anthu amakhala osauka. Makolo ena okhala ndiponso ana asukulu amakhuzidwa makamaka 41% ya mabanja akhola limodzi lili ndi umphawi. Malinga ndi Federal Statistics Office mu 2021, pafupifupi 38% ya ophunzira anali ndi ndalama zomwe amapeza pa mwezi pansi pa umphawi. Umphawi omwe ukukhala ku Germany ukuonekera mu February 2022, anthu opitirira 2 million adayendera mabanki azakudya 90 tsiku lilonse. Ena mwa anthu anali osauka pokhala othawa kwawo anthu amene akukhala ndi ndalama zothandizira anthu opuma ntchito komanso makolo olera okha ana. Anthu ochokera ku gawo la malipiro ochepa akutemberekeranso ku mabanki azachuma. 14% mpaka 17.4 pakati pa 2018 ndi 2021. Malinga ndi ripoti lochokera ku Federal Department of Housing, Urban Development and Construction mu January 22, and 263,000 ku Germany analibe malo okhala. Umphawi makhudza sokufa msanga ku Germany, kusiyana kwa nthawi yomwe amayembekezera kukhala ndi moyo pakati pa gulu lotsika kwambiri ndi lapamwamba kwambiri ndi zaka.
Today, nearly 1 in every 5 children in Germany lives in poverty. Often, people who grew up in difficult and disadvantaged conditions remain trapped in about 40,000 youth and young adults.
Pafupifupi achinyamata 40,000 ndi achinyamata ali pa chiopsezo chosowa pokhala. Umphawi mukalamba.
The next most vulnerable group is people.
Gulu lotsatira lomwe lili pa chiopsezo kwambiri ndi anthu azaka popitirira 65, ndipo malingana ndi maulosi kuchokera kwa umphawi mgululi kukupitirirabe.
A study showed that more than half of the current working 55 to
64-year-olds opitirira theka la azaka pa zaka zaka 35 to 60 omwe akugwira ntchito pano adzakhala ndi 7,000 yonse kuchepera pa mwezi akupima pa ntchito ngati akupereka ndalama ku boma la pension. Izi zikutanthauza kuti oposa 2.3 69% mwa anthu omwe atsala pang'ono adzagwa pansi pa umphawi oposa theka la ogwira ntchito.
May find themselves in poverty instead of a secure and comfortable retirement. And although there are thousands of organizations in Germany that fight poverty, such as National Conference on Poverty, the German branch of the European Anti-Poverty Network,
umphawi ukupitirirabe kukula. Palicho ichama pindu amoyo sikuletsa umphawi ngati tikukhala ndela lawo ufulu, ndiye kuti anthu amene pakali pano alibe ntchito ayeneranso kukhala ndi bwino moyo mwawo wapakulu ndi kukhala ndi zofunikira zawo zofunika pa chithandizo cha anthu. Sichoncho kodi? Lamulo lathu likunena komanso kodi zimakhala ulova. Nzaka zitatu chiwerengero chakusowa kwa ntchito chasonyeza kukhalidwa wabwino. Kodi zimene zikutanthauza kuti anthu ochulukira akupeza ntchito ndipo moti angawengekere moyo wawo. Kodi chiwerengero za ulova zimatiloza chiwerengero chenicheni cha anthu amene amafunikirabe phindu ngakhale kuti ali ndi ntchito. Kodi zikutanthauza kuti kupanisa chiyani lifunso lako lino. Pali anthu omwe sanagwire chiwerengero cha ulova komwe ngakhale amalondera mapindu izi zikuphatikizapo aliyense amene ali ndi ntchito yochepera kapena ntchito ya euro imodzi amene akufuna ntchito kapena mafunzo amapamba komanso amene akuvutika kupeza ntchito kapena odwala malinga ndi ziwerengero za boma izi zikupanga kale kusiyana anthu
Also,
pafupifupi
statistics do
80,000.
not take into account people who are not registered as unemployed and are not looking for work. They are called hidden reserve or inactive population.
komanso ntchito
These are
amachita
almost 3.1 million people who are not actively looking for work at the moment,
akupitira 3.5
but would like to get a job. For instance, housewives. Then how true are the unemployment figures in fact? According to the German TV news service, Review of the Day, politicians continue to change the wording of the unemployment way that officially unemployment figures are declining, although in fact they're rising. Due to the constantly changing basis for calculating statistics, it is impossible to directly compare current figures with the previous ones. Labor shortages. On the other hand, in addition to unemployment, there is ever-growing labor shortage in Germany. There is a lack of skilled workers, especially in the social professions. There are not enough teachers, doctors, nurses, and childcare workers. Up to 60% of vacancies in healthcare and in field. Whether they're academic professions in medicine or STEM fields, meaning science, technology, engineering, and math, or non-academic professions.
osaphunzira
Professionals everywhere.
pali kuchepa kwa akatswiri kulikonse
Industry, architecture,
makampani omanga zomangamanga ulimi ndi ziweto ndege geosciences
information,
chidziwitso
and
ndi luso la
energy
magetsi
technology also
amavutikanso
suffer
ndi
from a lack
kusowa
of
kwa
skilled
ntchito
workers.
ya luso
Rail and air services.
sitima zapamtunda ndi ndege
Staff shortages and sick leaves led to mass
kuperera
delays
kwa
and
ogwira ntchito
cancellation
komanso masamba odwala kudapangitsa kuti anthu acheche komanso kuchotsedwa kwa njanji ndi ndege chaka chatha
railroads between January and October 2020
chifukwa njanji zi anthu
amounting to
October 2022
370.
kokhala panali kuchotsa kwa 375,000
Situation worsened
minutes.
dramatically in the summer because there were
zinthu
no
zinafika
or too
kwambiri
few personnel
chifukwa cha panalibe anthu kapena anthu ochepa ogwira ntchito
during the summer vacation period. Paradoxically,
mu nthawi ya
Lufthansa and
chuti
its subsidiary
ya chilimo
Wings cut
chodabwitsa
their flight
chidafika
schedules due to a shortage of personnel.
Europeans adali maulendo oyendetsa ndege chifukwa cha kuchepera kwa ogwira ntchito makampani ya komanso ogwira ntchito zapapelo kufikira yamakitsa ndege ya kampani ku
Other
Europe
airlines
ku
were
July
also forced to cancel their flights.
zinanso zinakakamiza
Swiss
kusiya maulendo awo
10,000
Swiss
passengers were
idalipendekeza
affected by
kuti
flight
akwera
cancellations in
pafupi
July and
10,000
August 2022.
adakhuzidwa ndi kulimbikitsa kwa ndege mu 2022
In December 2022, the number of
olengera
vacant jobs for
mu
skilled
December 2022
professionals
chilengero
reached
cha ntchito zopanda anthu za akatswiri aluso chinafika pa
compared
1.2
to the
miliyoni
same month of the previous year.
poyerekeza kwa
The
chaka
number of
chapitacho
vacancies
chiwerengero
increased
cha
by
ntchito
44,000.
chinawonjezekera ndi
That is a
44,000
2.9% increase.
ndiye kuti chiwonjezeke cha 2.9%.
The number for the year 2022 was
zolengera
highest
za
in
chaka
10 years.
2022 zinali zapamwamba
There are
kwambiri
a large number of
mu
jobs
zaka
available for
mu
unskilled
zaka 20
workers.
kuonjezera apo pali ntchito zambiri zomwe zilipo zogwira ntchito
In
opanda luso
2019, the German
mu
Economic
2029 bungwe la German Economic Institute idatutsiza kafukufuku wosonyeza kuti opitirira theka la ma professionals 733 adawunikiriranso kuchepa kwa ntchito
According to
malinga
studies,
ndi
the skilled
kafukufuku
worker shortage is jeopardizing companies'
kuchepa
success
kwa
even
ogwira
greater
ntchito
than
odziwa ku
rising
ntchito
prices
tsopano
for energy
kukuika
and
kwa
natural resources.
chiopsezo cha makampani kuposa kukwera kwa
Nearly
mitengo
half of all companies
ya
in
magetsi
Germany
ndi
are forced
zachilungu
to cut their
pafupifupi theka la
operations due to
makampani
staff
onse ku
shortages.
Germany
The labor
adatseka
shortage
chifukwa
is
cha
currently
kuchepa kwa
costing
ogwira
Germany
ntchito
almost 100 billion euros.
It's weird. On the
kuchoka
one
kwa
hand, we
anthu
have a large number of people looking for
mabiliyoni
work, but on the other
1000
hand, there is a huge shortage of skilled professionals in many industries. So what's the missing link
mafakita
between the
ambiri
people who are
kodi
looking
ndiyo
for work
chiyambi
and the
chotani chomwe
companies that are
chikusowa
struggling to
pano
fill their
pakati pa anthu
vacancies?
omwe
It seems
akufunafuna
absurd.
ntchito ndi makampani omwe akuvutika kuti akwanitse ntchito zawo zikuoneka
The general
zosavuma
crisis has also reached our housing
misika
market.
yokwambiri
Housing is
vuto
in short
lalikulu
supply. The
lafika
German market
ansika
is
ku
in absolute
nyumba
state of
zikusowa msika wa Germany uli pamoja mu 2022 anthu 8.2 billion ku Germany anali kukhala nyumba zodzaza anthu vuto likupitani kukhala akatswiri aku tiyesetsa
They expect an unprecedented housing shortage
akomba
and
kale
a deep construction recession in
kwa
Germany
nyumba
in
zomwe
2023.
Germany mu
Rent
2022
control measures don't help much either.
njira zonjera lero
When housing is
zikutsana
in short supply,
nyumba zikasowa anthu amakakamizika kulipira mitengo yokwera pa mitengo
for every
chifukwa mpikisano pakati pa ausitalendo pa nyumba iliyonse yomwe ilipo ndi yoposa kwambiri kotero kuti kuntha amayenera
by the government through allocating
kupereka kwa nyumba ngakhale kulamulidwa ndi boma kopera nyumba zambiri za anthu koma kumalo mwake chiwerengero cha nyumba za anthu chikupitirirabe.
In 2019, the number of social housing units decreased from 2.1 to 1.1
pakati pa
million.
26 ku 20 kuchoka kwa nyumba za 2.21 billion
About half of state-owned social housing
pafupifupi theka la nyumba za anthu za boma zinakhala katundu wamba kuonjezera pamenepo nyumba zatsopano zikupecha kupeya kwa zinthu kwa nthawi ya milu kuangitsa kuti mitengo yomanga ikhale yokwera kwako kuyambira matabwa mpaka chitsulo kenako
because of rising interest rates. Fewer and fewer people could afford to buy
foyena
a
kuti
home.
anthu ena ochepa kwambiri amene akwanitsa kugula nyumba ku Germany mwana aliyense amapatsidwa nambala ya tsonkho akabadwa koma mwachionekere sangapezeke mpaka inako za kulengezedwa kwa kusukulu chifukwa ndi motataninso mmene munthu angafotokozere chenicheni chakuti mizinda yambiri nyumba ya sukulu kale ndi sukulu zambiri zisanakonzedwe kwa zaka zambiri chiyambire kwa 2017 panali malipiro okhudza masukulu omwe akuonongeka ku Germany tsopano zaka zisanu zapambuyo masukulu ambiri awonongeka mu zaka zambiri kukonza sukulu kusiya ndipo tiyeni tioneni kuna kulikonse maphunziro sakutengedwa serious malo osamalira ana zinthu zili bwino kwa ana ang'onoang'ono kwambiri Germany pakadali pano ilibe malo osamalira ana pafupifupi 384,000 mulipoti mu newspaper katswiri wina anachepetsa kuti dongosolo lili pafupi kugwa magulu osamalira ana akusowa anthu ogwira ntchito yosamalira ana ngakhale kuti amayi amakakamizika kudalira malo chifukwa cha mavuto azachuma maphunziro kupereka kwa ogwira ntchito kumavuta kwambiri m'masukulu malinga ndi kuwerengera kwa mabungwe la German Teachers Association aphunzitsi okwana 40,000 akusowa sukulu za ku Germany kuyambira kwa chaka 2023 kupereka kwa maphunziro kwakatswiri maiko onse a federal gawo limodzi mwa magawo a anayi a aphunzitsi onse oyambiridwa amadwala matenda otopa
The teacher shortage has been around for several years
already,
so it cannot be explained by the recent influx of immigrant children.
kuwerengera kwa ophunzira kwawo sikungawerengetsedwe bwinobwino anonso akuvutika kwambiri chifukwa cha kusowa kwa ophunzitsi chifukwa masukulu ambiri sangatha kuphunzira malinga ndi dongosolo lomwe anakonza dongosolo la maphunziro a Germany
Increasingly high demands are placed on pupils, which tend to overwhelm them. Another decisive factor and a basic prerequisite for learning and participation in the
chinthu chinanso chofunikira komanso chofunika kwambiri pakufufuka ndi
currently up to 20%
malingiro awophunzira pakati pa 20% ya ana ndi achinyamata ku Germany amasonyeza zizindikiro za matenda ozunguza bongo. Maphunziro amatsegula njira yopita kutsogolo la ana mtsogolo ndi kulepheretsa aliyense kuthekera kwawo. Masiku ano masukulu ambiri aphunzira ndi ana asukulu amene akusokonekera bongo. Kodi anthu akuona maphunziro ngati ofunikira kwambiri masiku ano? Kodi
what situation do we have in the healthcare sector?
Samakhalidwe ndi ulamwino kodi tili ndi vuto lotana mu gawo la ulamwino monga amanena magulu akatswiri pakhala pali zochepetsera.
There is a shortage of not only junior and middle medical personnel, but doctors as well. And everything suggests this shortage will increase even further in the coming years. According to Alan Lundeshausen,
ndipo zikusonyeza kuti kutsogolo kwa anthu adzachepa kwambiri. Vice President Ellen Leadership wachiwiri wa President German Medical Association.
She says part-time work is one of the last guarantees for regular working hours without overtime work. Doctors can hardly manage ever-increasing bureaucracy, which leaves less and less time for
madokotala asangathe kuthana ndi vuto lochulukira lomwe limasiya nthawi yochepekerako lolumikizira ndi odwala. Kuyendetsa ntchito za muchisisi zikungapangiritse chifukwa cha malamulo okwema m'makampani ambiri komanso kusowa kwa madokotala. Malinga ndi chiwerengero anthu ogwira ntchito kuchipatala akuchepa. Mu 2011 panali madokotala 29,500 December chake. Mu 2019 tinali ndi madokotala 24,184 ndipo zichoncho ngakhale zikuchitika pamene anthu akuchulukira. Izi zikupeka chiopsezo kwambiri. Izi zikutanthauza kuti madokotala azikhala ndi ntchito kwambiri.
Add to this the stricter guidelines for medical practitioners. All of this leads to continuously deteriorating medical care. What is the situation of hospitals? Despite the increased need
zipatala zili panje
in
ngakhale pafupifupiira kwa mliri wa 2020 zipatala 25 zidatsekedwa ku Germany chifukwa cha kuchepa kwa chuma. Pa December 27, 2022
reported that Germany's hospitals will be
magazini ya
hit by an unprecedented wave of bankruptcies in 2020.
zipatala za ku Germany zitasokonekera chifukwa cha ndalama zomwe zinachitikapo 2023 malinga ndi zimene bungwe la German Hospital Association kuchuka kwa isofe kusambitsa zipatala 2023 zomwe sizingayimitsidwe. Atero president wa ku board Ajede Glass ku Lidige.
The closure of hospitals in Germany continued in
tsekedwa kwakukulu kwa zipatala ku Germany kukupita 2022 pofika kumapeto kwa 20 zipatala 30 zinatsekedwa. Chiyambire cha mulili 2020 zipatala 40 zinatsekedwa. Pali maambulansi ochepa kwambiri ndipo angozi zipatala nthawi zambiri amakhala odzaza kutanthauza kuti odwala omwe akufuna nthawi mwachangu ayenera kuyembekezera nthawi yayitali yodikirira nthawi ndi nthawi pali malipiro ochanjiza. kuonjezera pa kusowa kwa ogwira ntchito oyenera vuto lina ndi kusowa kwa mankhwala komwe kusowa kwa mankhwala pali magulu awiri okha amene amapanga mankhwala.
Pharmaceutical manufacturers and distributors find it more profitable to supply product countries where prices are higher than in Germany. Quality deficiencies in manufacturing, production or failures,
kubereka kupanga zovuta zopanga kapena kulephera kuchedwa kwa zinthu zopangira kapena ngakhale kuthetsedwa kwa zinthu zopangidwa kwa opanga izi ndi zenizeni masiku ano 68% ya malo opangira zinthu zina zomwe zimagwira ntchito ku Europe zili ku Asia. Idatera kafukufuku wa bungwe la zamankhwala la VFR.
Europe's high dependence on Asian active
Chifukwa
ingredient
chake
manufacturing
kudalira
is
kwa opanga
therefore
ntchito.
problematic. In October 2022, Focus magazine
Mu October
published a list
22
of medicines
magazini ya
affected by
Focus
supply
idazindikiza
shortages.
mndandanda
This
wa
list
mankhwala
includes
omwe
about 300
akudziwika kuti ndi
drugs.
wakusowa kwa zinthu. Mndandanda uli ndi 300
So much for
mankhwala
our current
300.
healthcare. Healthcare should not be subject to profit maximization. Hospitals are being closed despite
Anthu
the growing
sangapeza
number of
phindu ku
patients. Doctors experience extreme work pressure due to difficult and
madokotala
stressful
anthu
working
amakhala ndi ntchito
conditions.
ambiri chifukwa cha
Shouldn't human life and
chifukwa
health
cha
come
zinthu
first?
zimene
What
zikuchitika
about
ku
the mental
majeni.
health of the population?
Nanga mental
Mental
health
health.
anthu amene akusakuzungulira munthu.
A disturbing trend is also revealing the rising number of depressions and other
Kodi
mental
sankhawo
illnesses in
kuonekeranso
Germany, which is
pakulowekeza
actually
kwa
higher
chiwerengero
here
cha
than in most
anthu
other countries.
ovutika maganizo ndi matenda a masiku
2% in 2022. Among
2022 nameza
most depressed
5.2%.
countries in the world,
Germany ili mgulu la maiko 16 omwe ali ndi nkhawa kwambiri
more than
dziko lonse
11% of
lapansi.
women and 5% of men suffer
Oposa
from depression
11%
in
ya
our
amayi ndi
country.
5% ya amuna amadwa matenda ovutika
More
maganizo.
people have died in Germany from suicide,
Anthu odzipha
from drugs,
ku
and
Germany
traffic
ochuluka kuposa amene amamwalira ndi mankhwala osokoneza bongo.
majority of these suicides were caused
Ndiponso
by depression,
ngozi za
which was
pansewo
often inadequately
ambiri mwa
treated due
anthu
to lack of
odziphawa
places to
anadza
receive
chifukwa cha
therapy.
kuvutika kwa maganizo komwe nthawi
According
zambiri
to the Federal
anthu
Association of
salandira
Psychotherapists,
chifukwa cha thandizo
the average
kuyendera.
waiting time to receive
Malinga
psychotherapy
ndi
in
Federal
Germany
Psychology
is
nthawi
20
yomwe
weeks.
Germany milundu 20
Violence.
chiwawa.
A great
Mantha
fear shared by
akulu
many people, and especially
anthu
parents,
ambiri
is the
amagawana
fear
nawo
of violent crime.
makamaka makolo amaopa
In August
chisawawa.
2022, the
Mu
Review of the
August
Day TV
2022
news program reported that an average of
TV
49
news
minors
program
had been
inanena
victims of
kuti
sea
pafupifupi 49
per day.
anachiritso cha nkhanza ku Germany
There
chaka
has been a
chatha tsiku
53%
lililonse.
increase in the distribution, acquisition,
Khala
possession,
53%
and production of sexual
kupeza
abuse in
kukhala kupanga zinthu za nkhanza chaka
This is in
chatha.
addition to a 10% increase in physical
Zikuphatikiza
abuse,
kuonjezeka kwa
as well as
10% kwa
dramatic increase in
kuzunzidwa
the distribution of abuse images
komanso
among
kuonjezeka
minors.
kwakukulu kwa
Last year, for example, 17,700
mwachitsanzo
children
chaka
under
chatha
the age of 14
17,700 zonse osakwanira zaka 14 anachitidwa zikhanza zokhudzana
under the age
kugonana.
of 6.
2,281 mwa iwo anali
World we
osakwana
want to
zaka
live in?
zisanu ndi
It's hard to
zimodzi.
comment on the inhumanity in which we live.
Kodi ndi
It's
dziko limene
painful to
tikufuna tikukhala
realize that adults
tizikhala?
can harm children instead of protecting them.
Zinthu zowawitsa kuti kuona
Isn't it
kuti
our
anthu
duty as a
kuchita
society to put
nkhanza
a
ana
stop
momwe
to
mu
this?
azathandiza. Kodi izo ndi udindo wathu.
According to statistics, every third woman in
Linga
Germany
ndi
has been
ziwerengero
victim of
mkazi
physical
wachitatu
and at least
aliyense ku
once in their
Germany
life.
wakhala akuchitidwa
About every fourth
kapena
woman has been a victim
kugonanidwa
of physical or
kamodzi
sexual
kamoyo
violence
wake.
by her current or former
Pafupifupi
partner
amayi
against
anayi
women.
zidwapo nkhanza kapena nkhanza zogonana ndi mwamuna kapena mkazi wake
Considering
wakale
everything we have
kamodzi ko.
just seen, can we still call our country a welfare state? Do we feel safe in such
Kutengera
a
ndi zimene
society?
taona.
And where are
Kodi
we
dziko lathu
heading if we should
loyenera.
in all areas of our
Kodi
lives?
tikupita
We
kutiko.
should look at the big picture and realize that it is we, the people, who support this form of society through our passiveness. If we want to live differently, then we should act. Now is the
Ngati
time to
tikufuna
do
kukhala ndi
this.
moyo wosiyana ndi tiyenera kuchitapo kanthu.
Sollte nicht jedem Menschen ein würdevolles
Shouldn't everyone have the right to a decent and secure life?
Chilengedwe
Everyone should have access to affordable housing. a decent social package, free and high-quality healthcare, and the opportunity to participate in the life of society. All of this is laid down in the social code. Our social market economy must guarantee freedom, social welfare, and social justice. We must realize now that we are drifting further and further away from these goals. All that is offered as solutions within the present consumerist format of society helps only selectively and at best in short term. If we really want to find a way out, we must take a completely new path.
After what we have just seen, do you still think of the Germany that for decades stood for prosperity, social justice and security? Personally, it scares me that there is so much discontent and injustice in our country, which for the whole world looks up. Can we still call our country a welfare state? Let's look at how the term of welfare state is defined. A state that strives for social justice and cares for the social welfare of its citizens. The basic law states that the Federal Republic of Germany is a democratic and welfare state. The fact that we see have long been inconsistent with this definition. So how social is it that 1 in 5 children in Germany lives in poverty? That some 40,000 minors and young people are at acute risk of becoming homeless, or that more than 2/3 of people who are about to retire and likely to face poverty in old age. One would assume that these problems only affect the socially vulnerable, but now we see that people with low incomes also need social support. Never before have food stalls in Germany been so crowded, and all the more so by those who have jobs. Many are asking themselves, what is the point of paying into a pension fund all of my life if I am going to be poor at the end of my life anyway? What's the point of having a good salary if you can't buy a home with it? What good is modern medicine? I have to wait up to 6 months for an appointment. In Germany, we have a shortage of medicines. And in many places, for example, it is impossible to buy antibiotic syrup for children. In our country, we often hear people say things are worse elsewhere. We are still relatively well off, but why should we assess our situation by the global situation in the world instead of taking our own development and progress as our point of reference? We must honestly admit that our conservative optimism and the slogan "everything will be fine" will not help us. Statistics that do not reflect the realities of our lives don't change anything. As a result, new, lower standards are being introduced. And instead of continually improving, or at least maintaining the quality of life, we are slipping further and further into social injustice. Children growing up in poverty, pensioners picking up empty bottles. This should not be the case in our rich country. We finance our social system through our taxes and social contributions. Why are we still experiencing so much hardship? Where does our money go, and how is its distribution decided?
Did you know that we Germans pay the highest taxes in the world after Belgium? That is why Germany is considered a country with a high tax rate. This is the result of a recent study by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OECD compares the tax and levy obligations of its member countries every year, and according to the study, Germany ranks a dismal second in the world in terms of taxes and levies. Only in Belgium do people with average earnings have to pay even more taxes and levies in Germany. The entire federal budget is financed almost exclusively from our taxes. In 2022, tax revenues in Germany amounted to around 815 billion euros, and nevertheless, 3/4 of Germans are happy to pay taxes because the state can use these revenues to ensure good living conditions and security for its citizens. Why then do we not have money for kindergartens, high-quality school equipment, or medical staff? The tax laws in Germany are very complicated, and this is mainly due to the more than 40 different types of taxes that exist in Germany, not to mention the countless laws and directives about who has to pay taxes for what and how much. It is therefore obvious that not all people understand how taxation works. As many people know, everyone who works pays income tax. This means that our wages are taxed. When we make purchases with money, we have to pay taxes again, value-added tax. In fact, in addition to direct taxes, there are also indirect taxes, which we do not even notice in everyday life. The following chart shows a few examples. In total, we give away 60 to 70% form of numerous taxes. We forget that money deductions are the equivalent of time and energy in our lives. Time during which we cannot be with our family or take care of our health. The consumer forward of our society forces us to work hard and give away most of the money we earn, but despite this, our social problems remain unresolved. In spite of high taxation, Germany has debts. If the federal budget is insufficient, the state borrows money. And did you know that every person in Germany has a debt of 30,000 euros without even knowing it? Public debts are our debts, yours and mine, without our consent. Is it acceptable to take out loans for another person without asking them? In our private lives, it would be unthinkable, but it is done to the entire population of the country. Imagine if you now had a political vote. You could vote on what money would be spent, what laws would be passed, or what measures would be put in place to improve people's lives. Would you agree, for example, with the decision to place the heaviest tax burden on the middle class, which makes up 2/3 of Germany's population? The middle class, small and medium-sized enterprises contribute significantly to the financing of public expenditure by paying high taxes and social security contributions. Did you know that at the same time Germany remains a low-tax country for the particularly wealthy? Although corporate taxation is relatively high, multinational corporations bypass on a huge scale the fair payment of taxes through shell companies in tax havens or use tax tricks and loopholes. If this money didn't go past the Treasury, we would have a lot more tax revenue for the federal budget. But what would have been the effect? The money could have been used to solve problems in many areas and help people.
Why do we allow this injustice? In the first place, because corporations follow the rules of the consumer format system. They are simply trying to make the most profit possible, while ordinary people have to bear the heaviest burden and pay for it with their lives, health, and hard work. The culprit is not the big corporations, but the system itself, which is built on this principle of injustice. Inflation is an additional burden of the middle class. It has already caused the middle class to shrink in the recent years, and it is under pressure. May no longer know where they will exist next year. Production costs are rising, energy costs are rising, rates on loans for businesses are increasing. What does this mean specifically for people? At a 10% inflation rate, your annual income decreases by 1 month's wages. This can easily be calculated without being a mathematician. That's exactly the money you don't have enough for a holiday, for example. Experts say that inflation has just begun, and if we do nothing, once it gets worse, it will be hard to stop. We will soon take a closer look at the artificiality of crises and show that the format of consumption is programmed to create crisis and inflation. What are the consequences for our country? If the middle class shrinks, the economy will stagnate. Less will be spent, less will be produced. Tax revenues will fall. There will be less money in the federal budget, therefore, less budget for social services. By improvising the middle class, Germany impoverishes itself and loses its footing, while large corporations are moving production to other countries because energy and production costs are too high in our country. Small businesses, bound by obligations, must suffer. As a result, small businesses go bankrupt, and the number of jobs decreases more and more. And then, what happens to people when they fall out of the middle class? We very much hope that these people do not slip into poverty. As we can see, the gap between the rich and the poor is widening. In times of crisis, most of the population will become poorer, except for those few who can profit from it. A prime example is the energy corporations that have made huge profits during the energy crisis. The crisis of recent years is not the only reason for this outcome. They are a condominant factor of the consumer format. They have only highlighted and, of course, further exacerbated the existing inequalities and vulnerabilities of people in this consumer format of society. What processes are really behind this? Why is inflation currently affecting people so much? What could be the solution to the problem? We interviewed Murat Yildiz, an insurance specialist, investment advisor, and property specialist, about this. Let's hear what he has to say about it.
The topic currently discussed the most, as well as during the last few years, is inflation. That means it has always existed. But now, during the last 2 to 3 years, inflation has been so high that unfortunately, everyone feels its impact, and every day, while shopping, we can see the value of money depreciate. In this respect, unfortunately, things look gloomy. And no matter how bad it sounds, this is just the beginning. So, I believe that in the nearest year or two, the situation will only worsen. Regarding the economy doing well, I'll leave that aside. I wouldn't put it that way. That's the way they're presenting it. But when you look at small and medium-sized companies, before the crisis, there was a change in the legislation that no longer requires companies to file for bankruptcy, which means that many companies that should have been closed down due to their financial reasons still exist. And it looks as if the economy is doing well. But at the same time, many employees have been made redundant, and now a large number are working less hours. In my opinion, all of these are just embellished messages. And everyone can see the proof of it by simply counting what they can buy for the same amount of money compared to what they could have bought before. It means that from the economic point of view, people are not doing well, and it's being felt. You can say and show whatever you want, but in reality, it's the opposite. So clearly, everything is not the way we're being told. For instance, they say that the crisis in Ukraine and supply issues or something else caused an increase in prices. There are two main causes of inflation. The first one is the shortage of raw materials, and the second is the depreciation of money. And if we break down the first cause, meaning the shortage of raw materials, into component parts, we can identify two more types of inflation. The first is the inflation of demand. When some products are extremely necessary, but there is in this case, the product automatically becomes more expensive, which is quite natural. The market reflects itself. And the second one is the inflation of the production costs. Meaning, if the manufacturing cost of a product has increased, for example, a farmer grows tomatoes, cucumbers, and so on, But now he has to pay twice as much for diesel fuel. Then the production costs automatically increase. But these two kinds of inflation are actually insignificant because nowadays they account for a very small part of what we see and experience. Today, the main reason for inflation is monetary inflation. When the market is flooded with large amounts of money, or there's more of it being printed, which is exactly what the Central European Bank has been doing for the last 7 to 10 years, then the value of money depreciates. Unfortunately, it won't work with the current system. The most you can do is to make selective improvements in areas where you are an expert, or create some opportunities to make things less dramatic. But for real changes to occur for people, basically, the whole system has to be changed. There must be transparency. Every person must be involved. And all systems can be formed differently. We already have the solutions, but not everyone knows about them yet. So we must implement in practice. I've learned about the creative society just recently. And I think this idea is not only brilliant, but it's easy to implement. The first thing is to simply inform people that this opportunity exists and that everyone is involved in it. In the current system, we can only treat the symptoms, but that would all. So we will have to change it from the ground up.
Warum ist unser jetziges konsumistisches
Why is the current format of our consumer society not suitable for solving society problems? Because it is actually clear where the injustice lies. When we speak about the consumer society or the consumeristic format, we do not mean that people should not buy goods, services, or comfort. Rather, we use this term to describe the destructive orientation of our society. Consumer society is a society that does not serve to protect human life and improve the overall quality of life, but instead is geared towards increasing profit and maintaining power for the few, while allowing oppression and exploitation.
Dear viewers, we can clearly see that we no longer have a social market economy. Instead, it is more and more of a pure market economy, where there is a market for every good and service, and when it comes to existential areas of our life. Thus, all issues in our society are now reduced to just price option and profit maximization. What impact does the continuous expansion of market-based approaches have on the German economy and society? Due to insufficiently profitability or lack of funding, clinics are forced to close, reduce bed capacity, and cope with staff shortages. At the same time, more and more expensive medications are approved for use, and pharmaceutical companies make billions of dollars in profits. We are paying for the second most expensive electricity, not only in Europe but worldwide, while our electricity supply is becoming increasingly unreliable, and we already have to prepare for massive blackouts. In 1/5 of Germany's territory, not every user has mobile coverage because it is unprofitable for mobile network providers to expand their networks across the country. In addition, we export 700,000 tons of waste each year to other countries because it is cheaper to recycle it there. However, in most cases, they end up in landfills or even in the sea. We import food produced with forced labor or child labor because it's cheaper. Why are we faced with this absurdity every day? There was the same everywhere. We do not have enough money to solve the problems we have to solve. And this is not only the case in Germany. All over the world, people are confronted with absurdity and dissatisfaction. And the answer is the same. We do not have enough money. We always think that other countries have to adjust to our high standards in order to solve their problems. But even we don't have enough money to solve our problems. But is this really the case? Have we not been able to find suitable solutions both in Germany and abroad for so many years? And this is despite the fact that we have so many economists, experts, and consultants. Let's now look at some figures on a global scale. They all come from renowned research institutions and international organizations. To end global hunger sustainably, we need an additional $33 billion a year for the next 10 years. To provide social protection to mothers, retirees, and people with disabilities across the developing world, we need an additional $480 billion a year. We need an additional $707 billion a year for universal health care across the developing world for 6.6 billion people. This amounts to 1.2 trillion a year. That's a pretty big sum, which we obviously can't afford. But let's look at what we clearly have enough money for. We are currently spending $571 billion a year worldwide to subsidize renewables and electric cars, even though they are inefficient, unprofitable, and environmentally unfriendly. But one thing is certain, is that private profits are financed with the public money. That's the fact. Over the past 20 years, we have spent an average of $1.8 trillion a year on wars. That is, we spend money on steadily increasing private wealth and on killing each other. And it's even twice as much, $2.4 trillion, as we are spending on urgent solutions to pressing problems. Isn't that crazy? And at the same time, there are about 300,000 ultra-rich people in the world with a personal wealth of more than $30 million. Total assets amount to $36 trillion. It turns out that we have more than enough money to solve all the problems on the planet. But we just don't do this. And if we look at the global distribution of wealth, that is what we find. 1% of the richest people own almost 50% of the world's capital, of the world's wealth. The 12th richest people own almost 90% of the world's wealth. The poorest 55% of people on the planet own almost nothing. Let us now look at the distribution of capital in Germany. In our country, private capital totals more than 15 trillion euros. However, it is distributed very unevenly. The richest 10% of Germans own more than 50% of all wealth. The richest 20% of Germans own about 80% of all wealth. The poorest 50% of Germans own almost nothing, and the poorest 60-70% of Germans have next to nothing. Among them are many people of the middle class who go to work every day but have no assets. All this is not surprising at all, although it is proclaimed everywhere that the economy is aimed at improving the lives of everyone. In reality, this is not the case. Both the global economy and the German economy do not exist to provide all people or Germans with goods and services, but instead it makes rich people richer. And this goal not only determines our economic actions in everyday life, but is deeply rooted in our economic doctrine. What does the term economy mean anyway? According to the German version of Wikipedia, it is the entirety of all institutions and actions that serve the planned satisfaction of needs. This sounds reasonable at first. Now let's take a look at Gabler's acclaimed encyclopedic dictionary. It further clarifies the following. The goal of the economy is to ensure subsistence. This is exactly what we are clearly failing to do, and in its capitalist form to maximize profit and pleasure by means of entrepreneurial freedom. At the same time, generating dependency, whether on suppliers or products, and growth until the not necessarily desired but expected collapse of the system happens. Not a bad perspective, is it? But what is particularly interesting is that the very first definition of the term economy goes back to Aristotle. There he distinguishes between economics, oikonomikos, Greece, housekeeping or household management for the satisfaction of needs, and chrematistics, the art of acquiring wealth. What do we do? Economics or chrematistics? The famous American economist Milton Friedman published an essay in the New York Times in 1970 titled "A Friedman Doctrine: The Social Responsibility of Business is to Increase its Profits." There, he argued that a corporation has no social responsibility to the its only responsibility is to its shareholders. Such arrogance. So there is no responsibility to patients in the hospitals, consumers of electricity, mobile phones, in other words, the people. How inhumane it is. And how do we organize the so-called economy? According to the interaction between supply and demand, right? Everyone knows an increase in supply leads to a fall in prices, and increase in demand leads to an increase in prices. But the consequences of this are counterproductive to the point of absurdity. If we have high levels of production or overproduction, for example, in agriculture, we should be happy to have more. But for producers or farmers, in our example, it is sad news if prices fall heavily and they earn less than when production of yields are normal. When we face a crisis of shortage, it is a blessing for a few suppliers who still have goods in stock and can sell them at very high prices, while most starve or suffer a few profit. This is exactly what happened in 2020 with medical masks. The high demand caused by the mandatory mask law led to five-fold price increase. Five-fold. How mean and unfortunate this was at the end of the day. In the 18th century, the Scottish economist Adam Smith, the founder of classical economics, introduced the concept of the invisible hand. In a market economy, the invisible hand is supposed to be an unobservable force that automatically brings supply and demand into equilibrium. We have had some 20 economic crises over the past 100 years alone. Where has this invisible hand been all this time, when millions of people have lost their jobs, homes, health, happiness, and hope? Do we want to continue to rely on this invisible hand in the current and coming economic crisis? Do we really want a market for all our lives? Do we want to continue to strive for profit maximization instead of livelihood security? Look at how paradoxical the economy is structured. Planning takes place at every level, in a family, in a small or medium-sized enterprise, in a corporation, in a government budget, and at the highest level in the national economy. An invisible hand must regulate market developments. How does this fit with our German common sense, with our desire for security and well-being, when everything should be under control? Let's look at German and international corporations. They employ hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions of people. These corporations are richer and more powerful than many national economies. They are profit-oriented and extremely professional. They plan everything and stick to their plans. This is also consistent with economic doctrine. But at the same time, economic doctrine says that we should not plan for our common good, but leave it to chance. And what happens in times of crisis? Sometimes markets and whole economies collapse. Sometimes the state intervenes and rescues banks or corporations because they are systemically significant. During the 2008 financial economic crisis, profits were privatized and losses were socialized. Thus, in good times, corporations generate high profits for their shareholders. In bad times, we all have to pay taxes to cover corporate losses. This is no longer a market economy at all. It is socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. And last but not least, in the 2 years of the pandemic crisis, the 10 richest people in the world doubled their wealth to a combined of $1.5 trillion, while millions of people lost their only source of income. How absurd can this economic system be? It is by definition programmed to fall, to a collapse. It is particularly prone to crisis. It always favors the rich, and there's always a clear loser. This is we, the people.
Vielen Dank, Christian, für deine Ausführungen. Ehrlich gesagt,
Thank you, Christian, for your explanations. Honestly, it's quite sobering to hear that our economic system doesn't really provide for social justice, because everything is aimed at increasing profits rather than meeting our real needs.
Du hast recht, Silvian.
Yes, you're right, Silvian. Even though we hear about economic growth every day, the population is getting poorer. At the same time, the definition of the concept of the economy says that it should provide people with a livelihood. But today, things are different. Social injustices in crisis are taken into account and even systematically planned. But does that mean that we should continue to do so? Ultimately, economics is an agreement between people, not a universal law.
Exactly. It also means that we have the opportunity to create new conditions. Economic system system that will not provoke crisis. Now we can see that we are already heading towards the next big economic crisis, even if we can't judge it by the numbers yet. One thing is for sure, it can't continue like this. Changes will inevitably occur. Either there will be a collapse, or we will move to an economic model which can only be implemented in a creative format of society. Christian, at the moment, the economic experts of the Creative Society project have developed a new holistic model for our economy that will function differently and have a completely different vector. Could you tell our viewers more about this?
Dear viewers, dear people, we urgently need a completely new economic model that guarantees sustainable benefits for all of us and will maximize our prosperity. I'm often asked, is this even possible? History shows us no positive examples. Yes, it is possible. And to do that, we have to fulfill only one basic requirement: unite in a creative society, in which human life is of the highest value, where all political, economic, and social activities are indeed directed towards the improvement of our lives. Freedom, health, safety, security, environment, and so on. This is possible only in an absolutely transparent and self-governing society in which there is no power. In a society where responsible and constructive management, in a society with no rulers, but with rules. As such conditions have been missing in society for centuries, all previous economic systems aided maximizing power and or profit are therefore failed. Moreover, we have currently reached a certain technological level that opens up completely different possibilities. The information you are about to hear is very important. It is life-changing. So please pay attention as we explore how our economic model will function. The ultimate goal of the economy in the creative society is to provide everyone with equal, best possible standard of living. We are talking about the highest quality of healthcare, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best or everything according to the strictest quality standards. Imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet with a high and stable income, meaning everyone has great purchasing power as well as time to enjoy the products and services that the companies offer. To achieve this goal, the economic system needs a comprehensive transformation, which will happen in two stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic system to the economy of the creative society. This transitional period will last for about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a single monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is the society. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately when we transition to the new system is the cancellation of all debts for countries, companies, and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you need money, you take it and pay back the same amount. The key element of the new economic model will be that everyone is receiving a monthly, unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 US. This will urge power for each member of society and ensure a stable demand for goods and services, which in turn will create conditions for the sustainable growth and development. With the help of an AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. The worldwide demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by AI, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person everywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the worldwide level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about opportunities in the field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current and projected requirements for this industry, and you decide what to produce or offer, and it will happen. All new technologies will belong to society and will be fully available to any company. This will make it possible not only to automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies with the help of AI, but also to create conditions for improving the quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transition period. With the help of AI, specialists will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, taking into account logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to ease the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining or improving the quality. Prices for the same goods and services will be the same everywhere in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, he or she will continue to be paid the unconditional basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work in order to live an even better life. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage for the same job all over the world. This will eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. Let's do a quick recap. A single World Bank, owned and controlled by society, a single unified monetary unit, no interest on loans, and fixed prices completely remove the risk of inflation and crisis in the economy. We no longer need to seek for the balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and goods and services on the market. If today the competition is built on money, on price reduction, in the transitional period, companies will compete on quality. A predictable demand, fixed prices, a single monetary unit, no interest on loans, and full access to new technologies give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of higher quality products. This, in turn, will ensure a high standard of living for everyone. In the creative society, we will create such conditions where corruption and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. For this purpose, a limit on private wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on the maximum wealth per family. We will determine this limit together as a society. Let's say it will be 10 million US dollars. Such a fortune is more than enough for a comfortable, wealthy life. But it's not big enough to start the war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supported enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industries, energy production, development of new technologies, healthcare, the production of medicine equipment, the telecom infrastructure, the financial system, and large agricultural enterprises. At a certain point in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and maintaining a new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transition period to the creative society will start. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified monetary units. The exchange will be made taking into account the wealth limit. If the savings exceed the maximum threshold set by society, the rest of the money is not exchanged. At the same time, all debts will be nullified, prices will be fixed, and the unconditional basic income will begin to be paid to every person.
Wir lesen oft in den Kommentaren und werden Folgendes gefragt.
We often receive questions in the comments because people cannot imagine this at all in the current consumerist format. Where are we going to get the money in the new economic model in order to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of 10,000 US dollars?
This is indeed a very good question. But before we answer that question, let's understand that money actually is what money actually is in general. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or it's just numbers on a screen. For centuries, gold and silver had been used as money. But over time, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts or banknotes were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abolished altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold, and now money is not backed by anything. Where once the value of money was determined by gold, now it is only backed by our trust. Money is simply an agreement. Anyway, in a world where you have to pay for everything, we depend on money. And people spend most of their lives earning money. And for money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. More money, more power. In the consumerist format of society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's financial system, money is created by the central banks of the countries. Although these banks do not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interestingly, over 90% of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private, owned by someone. It does not belong to the government, it's property. There are trillions of dollars in private hands at the moment. That's the root of the problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it, the money always goes back to its owners. But here's the good news. Economics is not an exact science. There is not a single law in economics, like the law of gravity in physics. There are no axioms or postulates. The economy is simply an arrangement, an agreement between people. And that means that we can change it. We are used to thinking that money belongs to someone else. It is public, international, private. But in the creative society, money will belong to society itself. As we said earlier, there will be a single World Bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new, single, unified monetary unit will also be introduced. With this introduction, other currencies will cease to exist and all savings and income will be exchanged for them. Banks will no longer be able to create money, and there will not be private banks anymore. We will decide by ourselves as society how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income, quality housing, development of healthcare and education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will all be ours, and they can be all kept on the common account if we don't need them. The key point, very important to understand, is that this money will not be subject to inflation, because in the economy of the creative society, prices will be fixed all over the world and won't be subject to raise. Prices will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation, and the value of money will be sustained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the period of transition to the creative society. It is crucial to understand that the creative economy is a harmonious global economic model. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together everywhere around the world. Only one of the sum of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each other. During the transitional period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available new technologies in energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products to everyone. This will enable us to move on to the next stage, the economy in the creative society. This is a completely different world, a world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, and free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the production of goods and food throughout the control of elementary particles. Through the control of elementary particles. Each of us rich, confident in the future, and free to live the life each of us wants.
Vielen Dank, Christian. Ich muss ehrlich sagen, dass
Thank you, Christian. Honestly, I'm absolutely delighted with this economic model. With such a reorganization, we will have a lot of free time. We will have time for hobbies, for activities to which we could devote ourselves with joy and dedication. It's a life without a fear of poverty and social decay. Entrepreneurs will also have more safety, social recognition, and opportunities to develop in the creative society. Unfortunately, with the present-day economic system, we do not have such prospects. Another aspect that is increasingly destabilizing our economy is the progressive climate change. According to the Global Risks Report 2022, extreme weather events and environmental pollution are the main threats to the global economy. But climate change is not just an essential threat to our economy, it's also an existential threat to humanity as a whole. And this is what we will talk about in our next thematic block. We will present to you the scientific data that will change the way you think about growing climate threat. Unfortunately, the true causes of natural disasters are censored in media. Therefore, we hope that the presented facts, which are scientifically grounded and which are able to verify, will reach as many people as possible.
Liebe Zuschauer,
Dear viewers, nowadays, not a day goes by without reports of climate-related disasters in which people suffer and lose their lives. Whether it's devastating earthquakes in Syria and Turkey, the tropical storm in New Zealand, or the floods in Australia. Everywhere in the world, anomalous events with catastrophic effects on people and nature are on the rise. At ever shorter intervals, the climate is setting new records of the century. We in Germany observe these events from a distance and think that it affects us rather less, since we are not exposed to volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, or severe earthquakes. In the big headlines of international news, we only see the big events, and what is happening on our doorstep seems rather small and not so serious. Is that really so? Does the climate spare us? The volunteers of the Creative Society project have been carrying out climate monitoring worldwide for many years, using publicly available sources of information, countries' weather services, media, digital marine platforms, and, above all, communication with the eyewitnesses of natural disasters. The information collected is reviewed and analyzed. This allows us to have a holistic picture of what is happening on our planet. In the following video, our international team took a closer look at the events of the last few years in Germany and put them together.
Climate change is a reality, and its consequences are being felt all over the world. Whether it is drought, flood, or hurricane, every year we hear about new cataclysms of the century, one record succeeding another. But what is the situation in Germany? Our country is located in a temperate climate zone, and this means that extreme weather events should be the exception rather than the rule. However, the last 3 years have shown a different picture in Germany. The number of severe natural disasters is also increasing, leading to enormous economic losses as well as loss of people's lives. As for meteorology, the year 2022 broke many records around the world. The average annual number of storms in Europe has increased by nearly a factor of 17, starting from the year 2000 up to the present day. The storms did not spare Germany either. This was the first time such a cascade of devastating storms was observed in the country. In February 2022, there were 4 storms in a row with wind speeds reaching 162 kilometers an hour. This led to numerous accidents and significant damage to a large number of power lines and buildings. Sadly, 6 people died. The economic damage was enormous. In just 4 days, Hurricanes Yelena, Zeynep, and Antonia caused insured losses of 1.6 billion euros. This amounts to about half the total annual average of storm losses in Germany. On May 20th, 2022, at least 8 tornadoes were registered. Such a large number of tornadoes too as a tornado outbreak. 3 of them struck the cities of Lippstadt, Paderborn in North Rhine-Westphalia, and Holzminden in Lower Saxony. Each of them was an F2 category with wind speeds reaching 250 kilometers an hour. Analysis of satellite images showed that the tornado in Lippstadt left a devastated swath up to 950 meters wide and an overall length of 13.4 kilometers, according to insurance estimates. The damage amounted to about 50 million euros. In Paderborn, 43 people were hurt. 13 of them were seriously injured. The tornado left a trail of destruction up to 400 meters wide and 23.5 kilometers long. The storm damaged more than 100 buildings and toppled about 1,000 trees. The city of Paderborn estimates the damage of almost 150 million euros. The typical season for tornadoes in Germany is summer. But on November 17, 2022, an unusually strong tornado struck the northern part of the federal state of Saarland. 2022 was the tornado season with the highest damage in recorded history. The summer of 2022 was the hottest summer in Europe in at least 500 years. It is unusual that the highest daily temperature in Germany was recorded in the north of the country. On July 20th, a new temperature record of plus 41 degrees Celsius was set in Hamburg-Neuweidenthal. On June 19, 2022, the earliest snowmelt in 62 years was recorded on the Zugspitze. The height of the snow cover was only 84 centimeters. The year before, it was 4 meters during this period. New heat records have been set this winter. Local weather stations recorded almost 950 temperature records in Germany between December 31st and January 2nd. In the Walheim-Schongau district of Upper Bavaria, the thermometer showed plus 20.8 degrees Celsius on New Year's Eve. Despite the pleasant weather, this is a frightening trend. In general, abnormal heat waves are becoming more intense, longer, and occur more often and earlier than usual. As we can see from the statistics, in 2022 these trends intensified many times. Extreme heat has also affected people's health. Its negative impact on the cardiovascular system poses a direct threat to life. The heat and lack of rain led to the worst drought in Europe in 500 years. EU territory was affected. This had a strong impact on the water supply and the agricultural sector. In Germany, the drought mainly affected the amount of grain harvest, which was well below the multi-year average. The Agricultural Association expects even more difficult climatic conditions in the future. Forests also suffer greatly from the pronounced drought and heat. due to a significant lack of water, which couldn't be compensated even by short and heavy rains. Forest owners have suffered a loss of 12.5 billion euros since 2019. And since 2018, about 400,000 hectares of forest have died due to rising temperatures. This area can be compared to more than 500,000 soccer fields, or 1.5 times the area of the federal state of Saarland. The condition of water bodies in Germany has also deteriorated sharply as a result of the drought. Large rivers and reservoirs are becoming catastrophically shallow. The water level of the Rhine, one of Germany's most important trade arteries, has dropped to a record low. Shallowing of the Rhine caused a chain of problems. Shipping was practically halted. Supply chains were interrupted, resulting in a fivefold increase in transportation costs. Low water levels in the rivers also affected energy suppliers. On the one hand, coal transportation was severely hampered, and on the other hand, the output of electricity generating power plants had to be reduced in order not to endanger the river ecosystem from the cooling systems. The pronounced impact of the drought on the rivers of Europe is evidenced by the so-called hunger stones across the Rhine, Weser, and Elbe rivers. They became visible due to extremely low water levels. These are ominous signs marking years of drought and periods of famine. In Germany, which is usually so abundant with water, reports of water shortages are no longer a rarity, as evidenced in particular by the dire water shortage situation in eastern Germany. 2022 was a record year of wildfires in Europe. Severe wildfires broke out in various European countries including Portugal, France, Italy, Germany, the Czech Republic, and Spain. As of October 15, 2022, their area was 772.5 thousand hectares. This is 3 times the size of Luxembourg. The European Forest Fire Information System, Copernicus, recorded 32 large forest fires in the past year. A total of 4,300 hectares were affected, an area larger than 6,000 soccer fields. Studies show that there has never been such a large number of wildfires in the last 100 years as in 2022. According to the calculations of the working team of the Federation of German Forest Owner Associations, AGDW, the damage in 2022 also reached a record level of approximately 30 to 40 million euros. The total damage to health, nature, and the economy far exceeds 600 million euros. Periods of extreme heat contribute to abnormal precipitation and hail. Long-awaited cooling often leads to the other extreme. In 2022, a new annual record cases of large hail, over 2 centimeters in diameter, and 1,300 reports of very large hail, over 5 centimeters in diameter, was set, surpassing the previous record in 2021. In Europe, people were injured and 1 child killed in a hailstorm. In Germany, more than 25,000 hectares of farmland were destroyed by hail, resulting in a loss of about 50 million euros. Overall, German insurance companies reported losses of 4.3 billion euros due to storms, hail, and heavy rains in 2022. While 2022 was marked by drought, 2021 was characterized by extreme precipitation and catastrophic flooding. On July 14th and 15th, 2021, heavy rains in Germany caused floods devastating entire regions. According to the service, up to 150 millimeters of rain fell in 2 days in Rhineland-Palatinate and North Rhine-Westphalia. The water level in the Ahr River has reached a historical record of more than 5 meters.
Of course, we were always watching the level of the river and seeing how sharply it was rising, the water. But we never imagined that it could reach here.
The message said, R rises 50 centimeters every 5 minutes.
I think it was 10 minutes and the water was already there, and we were trapped back and front.
This is one of the worst natural disasters in Germany, claiming more than 180 lives. 766 people were injured.
The damage is relative, both material and health damage. Because I had to free stuck car at night.
This flood was completely unimaginable for all of us. It was a tsunami-like flood. Here, cars were floating in the streets, and there, 3 bodies were also floating in the streets.
It was at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. That means that from that moment, there was probably not much that could have been done in Oberra. It was 600 meters away from me, and it could have been no need to talk about advance warning. It just wasn't done enough.
I kept looking outside. I was up all night, would watch the water rise, and I always thought, God, there's got to be a boat coming through. At night we tried to call the police and firemen, they just can't help.
As of 2021, the German Insurers Association estimated insured damage from natural disasters in Germany at 12.6 billion euros. More than at any time since statistics first began since the 70s. Up to this day, more than a year and a half after the July 2021 flood in the Ahr, described as the most devastating in a century, affected people cannot return to their homes.
The place where we live in Germany is a tragedy. We help everywhere. We help everyone. We want to help everyone, even though we are in a very difficult situation ourselves.
This video has clearly shown to us that climate change, with its intensifying natural disasters, is affecting our country already today, causing great destruction and financial losses. This material damage, however, is not comparable to the loss of human lives. The flood in the Ahr River Valley deeply shook our country. We are not used to seeing such footage in Germany. We usually only know such pictures from other countries. We would like to thank those few people who dared to share their experience with us. Many do not believe that people are afraid to speak openly about their grievances. We have learned that to this day, not all people have been financially supported, and many are still suffering from the consequences of the flood. This is happening in our country. Despite the fact that billions of euros of aid were promised, only a little part of this money has been actually paid. Although survivors report very praisingly and positively about the support and help they received from ordinary people, neighbors and volunteers, but this help was far from being enough to cope with the consequences of the catastrophe. These events show us that high-tech countries such as Germany are prepared even for regional disasters to quickly protect human lives and provide the necessary help in time. In the Ahr Valley, the system of communication between public authorities broke down completely. Therefore, important coordination tasks could not be ensured. Instead of drawing the right conclusions and uncompromisingly coping with mistakes, spendings of the Federal Agency for Technical Relief were cut in 2023 federal budget. The cost of the Federal Warning Day in Berlin at the end of 2022 also shows us that the necessary consequences were not drawn from the experience of the disaster in the Ahr Valley. Only 20 out of the planned 400 warning sirens were installed. So how are we prepared for the new disasters, which will definitely increase and aggravate? Can we be sure that we will be warned beforehand? Can we coordinated assistance distance in time. Another question which we have been dealing with for a long time, whether we can do anything to counteract climate change. After all, there is a broad scientific, political and social consensus that the main responsibility for climate change lies with human activity. We would like to delve in this subject in more and make arguments which refute this consensus. Unfortunately, we cannot talk openly about this at this conference today. Later on, you will find out why. We've been observed that despite all our efforts to combat climate change, the number and severity of natural disasters around the globe are increasing. This is what we would like to talk about with the participant of the Creative Society project, Dr. John An. Hello, John.
Greetings.
John is joining us live from the USA. He has a PhD in chemical engineering from the Technical University of Munich and a Master of Science from the University of California, Berkeley, as well as the MBA from the Business School in Seed. But John is also a member of the International Scientific Community, which was created at the platform of the Creative Society.com platform. The members of these scientific communities are just like us, volunteers of the Creative Society in more than 180 countries of the world. John, could you please tell our viewers more about the particular mission of this scientific community?
So first, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really an honor to be here. So the focus of our community is to study the true causes of climate change. We connect not only scientists, but also experts and independent researchers to provide the public with truthful information about the processes that are taking place on our planet. What makes this community so special is really the approach. Currently, scientists investigate only from one angle. For example, volcanologists rarely talk to glaciologists. Climatologists generally don't collaborate with geologists. While they're experts in their own field, scientists typically don't have understanding in adjacent disciplines. In fact, it's not even to see what the overall picture looks like. But in our research, we take interdisciplinary approach. And thanks to this, we can see the whole picture of what is going on with our planet.
John, as we already said, we observed that the number of natural disasters on Earth continue to increase. What processes are responsible for this development of events?
I'd like to start by highlighting anomalies observed in our planet, which I'm sure you have heard of. The first is the melting of glaciers in Antarctica. Now, many people believe that Antarctic glaciers are melting uniformly throughout the continent. That is not correct. The glacier mass in West Antarctica, represented by the teal color on the graph, has been melting quite fast since 1995. But on the other hand, the yellow color on the graph, representing the mass in East Antarctica, hasn't changed much over the last 30 years. How is this possible? Geologists are well aware that West Antarctica is a relatively young continent with a thin crust, as shown on the left by yellow and red colors, while the eastern part is a thick, massive plate, shown in blue and purple. Furthermore, volcanologists know that the Antarctica is an active volcanic region with about 140 volcanoes under its ice, most of which, as you can see on the right, is located in the western part of Antarctica. Why this matters? Because according to multiple studies, magma is rising. When magma rises, it activates volcanoes, which are located underneath the melting glaciers in the west. Moreover, this heat flow from beneath would impact the most where the crust is the thinnest. This is Western Antarctica. In other words, the glaciers are melting from bottom up. One piece of evidence indicating the rise of back heat flow from beneath is the temperature change of the Weddell Sea, which is located off the coast of West Antarctica. The water at the bottom of the sea warmed up nearly 5 times faster than at the top. This happens because most of the heat is coming from the bottom, not from the sun. Another evidence indicating the rise of magma is an increase in seismic activities. The number of earthquakes is shown on the graph on the left, and the magnitude, or the total energy release, shown on the right, have been increasing since 1995. The increase in seismic activity also correlates well with an increase in global temperature. Let's have a closer look at the location of earthquakes before and after 1995. As you can see on the screen, earthquakes are now emerging in regions where they have never been before. Moreover, earthquakes have started to occur in waves and synchronize around the world. We had an example of this in Turkey and Syria last month. First, earthquake of magnitude 7.8 and 7.5 occurred on February 6th, followed by a series of earthquake cascades around the world. And just 2 weeks later, earthquakes of magnitude 6.4 and 5.8 occurred again in the same region. This scenario is the our mathematical model, which was described in the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival as in Unity last November. And unfortunately, we will be witnessing many more earthquakes in the coming years. One final note is that the international seismic agencies have been downgrading the magnitudes. And since 2015, they have been concealing the increasing number of earthquakes and thus misleading the public such that many people are not aware of increasing seismic activities around the world. This topic was also discussed in the forum.
The earthquakes in Turkey and Syria have shocked the whole world. Volunteers of the Creative Society are currently preparing a report with numerous eyewitnesses where we will show what people are going through and how much all this affects all of us. This report will be presented at the upcoming forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, which will take place on April 22nd, 2023. In addition to the growing climate challenges, the forum will discuss such topics as the collapse of the world economy, the threat of the development of artificial intelligence, and the aggravating climate crisis. This forum is a very important event for all of us. People from all over the world will find out together what solutions are available to us as united humanity to face the challenges of the future. Let's return to the question why such events will become more frequent. John, you've pointed out that earthquakes are becoming more frequent and stronger because of the rise in magma. But what is the cause of this?
Let's go back to 1995, when a series of changes began to occur inside our planet. As shown on the slide, one example is that since 1995, the magnetic norm started to drift quicker, about 4 times faster than the norm. Also, the magnetic field has weakened by 15% from the norm by 2015, and even further since then. We're now seeing, as a result, the northern lights becoming more intense and penetrating to more southern latitudes. Furthermore, unusual phenomena in the atmosphere have been observed recently in different parts of the world, including Germany. And since 1995, the rotation axis of the planet sharply shifted, as indicated on the left, and moreover, the rotational speed of the Earth, which typically goes through cycles of acceleration and deceleration, began to accelerate much faster in recent cycles, as shown by the right by the steeper yellow lines. Now, what could cause the changes in the magnetic field, axis of rotation, and the speed of rotation? It is a core of our planet, something that synchronizes and stabilizes all processes on Earth, something that has been stable for a long time. But the core abruptly shifted to the north, towards Siberia, around 1998, and it is now destabilized. Why is it significant? Do you recall the emphasis on the rise of magma? The destabilization or imbalance of the core accelerates the rotation. You can imagine a wobbly sphere, increases the centrifugal force, and causes magma to move further away from the center towards the surface. And when magma rises, it exerts more pressure on the Earth crust, which triggers seismic activities and opens up new fracture zones. This allows water from the surface to escape into the Earth's interior, drying up lakes and rivers, even though precipitation and floods are increasing. In addition, the rise of magma causes increase in volcanic activity, heating of the glaciers and oceans from bottom up.
Okay, so the processes we are observing are all related to the changes in the Earth's core, which have been registered since 1995. What actually triggered those processes? Is this a unique phenomenon?
It is related to cyclicity. Every 12,000 years, our planet goes through major climate changes, has more natural disasters like what is observed. For example, geomagnetic excursions occurred about every 12,000 years. According to geological evidence, the magnetic field has weakened during this period, similar to what is happening today. Moreover, the ice core studies indicate that the volcanic activities increase every 12,000 years. This is shown by the figure on the left. Note the periodicity of the big red circles, which reflects the size of the eruptions. You can notice that the volcanic eruptions are particularly more catastrophic every 24,000 years, and we are currently about 24,000 years ahead from that previous period. So what does that tell us? We're about to go through major climate catastrophes. What we have seen so far is only the beginning. Many more are ahead. And based on our mathematical model, already in 2028, just 5 years from now, there are 700 destructive earthquakes per day. Life will soon become unbearable. In addition, economists from various countries estimate that the world's GDP as early as 2030 will not be able to cover all the losses from natural disasters. Our planet had made through previous cycles with great losses, but not this time, because we humans have destroyed the ecology of our planet and killed its immunity, the self-defense system. More on this topic was voiced on last November's forum. Watch it, and you will understand that we urgently need to act.
This information gives us entirely new prospects of perspective of climate change as opposed to what we understand by it today and how we try to solve this problem. But in your opinion, is there a way out of this situation? What can we do to oppose the increasing climate change?
We first need to identify the true cause of the problem. In light of this, it is important to note that similar changes are occurring recently on other planets of the solar system. Just like on Earth, on Uranus, Jupiter, and Venus, for example, the temperature, wind speeds, the size of the storms, and volcanic activities are increasing. On Mars, ice caps are melting. Subglacial lakes and strong Mars quakes caused by the activation of magma in the Martian mantle are found and observed. Because similar anomalies are observed on other planets, this indicates that there is some external factor, some sort of energy, let's call it external cosmic radiation, entering our solar system, energizing the interior of planets and leading to changes in climate. To counteract this type of energy, we must, 1, study the nature of this cosmic radiation. 2, find a source of energy equivalent or superior to this external energy impact and learn to use it. Only then will we be able to stop the catastrophic effects on our planet. While this type of energy has not yet been studied by modern science, many closed laboratories are already conducting research in this direction. Unfortunately, not to stabilize the core of our planet, but for military applications. Scientists working in this area have the necessary skills, experience, and understanding that the world-famous Nobel laureates and grant eaters have never even heard of. But these essential scientists will not be able to work on our survival. because no countries will let them, as long as our world continues to live in a consumerist format, the format of the eternal race for domination, influence, and power. Because every state in the race for domination will hide its real best minds to the very last. So the real essence of the climate problem is that scientists cannot be united in the current format of society. Thus, if we really want to survive, we should change the very format of society, the very model of our social organization. In such a format of society which would provide no conditions for wars to break out, and where it will be impossible for few to rule over billions. And it doesn't matter what this format will be called. What is important is the conditions it will create in society, the conditions where human life will have the highest value. This format is what we call creative society. Creative society forms such conditions in the world in which we will finally end the competition for profit and power. And most importantly, we can bring real genius scientists together. Only this will give humankind a chance to find ways to counteract this cosmic radiation, to stop the destabilization of the core, and to prevent the growth of climate catastrophes. In society, humanity gets a chance to survive. And what's more, we get a chance to build a unified civilization, as we should be, so that never again will humanity face such threats. Creative society is our real chance for life.
Thank you so much, John, for this valuable report. The fact that we have the opportunity today to learn the research results of the international scientific community is crucial for us, because honest and conscientious scientists today are trapped in a profit-oriented format, and they do not dare to inform the world public about the real threats and upcoming events because of fear of losing their position, fear of public slander, or because they are censored. In today's conference, we had to bypass certain topics because a few weeks ago, the global initiative Creative Society has faced a massive removal of different countries. First of all, it is unjustified, and without any warnings, videos and channels are deleted which talk about the real causes of climate change. Why? Because people would be able to ask the logical questions. Why are we paying for decades for measures that do not stop climate change and do not help the victims of climate disasters? Mass media giants not only infringe on freedom of speech, but they endanger all of us and themselves as well. Because of false theories, we lose precious time and resources, but it's exactly what we need urgently right now to mobilize our strengths as a united global community in the face of increasing cataclysms. Every day of lost time means the loss of human lives. Today, using the example of Germany, we have seen only a fraction, a small part of what people around the world have to experience. No country, regardless of its economic situation, can protect itself today from the current natural disasters. These events are escalating with increasing progression. It is necessary for us to unite all people in the world so that we can reach the necessary scientific and technological level in time and be able to counteract cosmic radiation with a relevant power counteraction. Political representatives will not be able to unite scientists in the current format of society because of the geopolitical conflicts that divide people. What kind of reaction will this shocking information provoke from the population without concrete solutions, which are impossible in our consumerist format of society? Of course, this will cause only panic. Thanks to volunteers of the Creative Society project, people around the globe start talking about these important problems and ways to solve them. On April 22, 2023, the World Forum Global Crisis There is a Way Out will take place. Climate experts, independent researchers, and volunteers will present the results of decades of interdisciplinary research. No news portal has still dared to publish these facts until now. This forum is organized by people themselves and on their own initiative because it is about our common future. The forum will be simultaneously interpreted into more than 150 languages, which will break all the previous records. Let's watch together the trailer to this great event.
We tell the truth that is hidden from people. We are independent volunteer researchers from 180 countries. We conduct interdisciplinary research that no other institution or organization in the world can handle. The global crisis, reality that has engulfed our world and will soon completely destroy it. Unfortunately, most people today are unaware of the impending threat. On November 12, 2022, at the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, there was presented a shocking climate forecast based on our mathematical model. Now, we know the exact date of our planet's destruction and the natural disasters that will cause it. This climate report is the result of 26 years of hard work by a huge number of volunteers, scientists, experts, and independent researchers. The climate Cerberus is gaining strength with each passing day. It is obvious that if we don't take any action, all of humanity perish. On April 22nd, 2000, the next International Online Forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. You will learn what events will occur on our planet before the year 2036, and why the destruction of the planet is not the worst thing that humankind will have to face. There are only a few years left to change the course of events. We still have a chance, but in order to use it, all people must learn about it. Today, the future depends on everyone's choice, and the choice is simple: to preserve life on Earth or not. To prevent fatal events and find out what you can do, humanity. Join the International Online Forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, on April 22nd, 2023 at 1500 GMT. Join in. Spread the word about this forum on all platforms, in all social media. Everyone should know about this forum. The official website of the Creative Society International Project, creativesociety.com.
Dear viewers, unfortunately, these are not scenes from a blockbuster, but the tragic reality of today's climate situation. Denying this can cost us our lives. It is not scaremongering, it is our appeal to you, because many people are still sleeping while our common home is on fire. Only when we understand the seriousness of our situation, we will see that there is no time for divisions and we must act as one united human community. I hope that we've been able to bring this vital information to you. Now would like to move on to the next part of our conference, where the solution will be presented. But this will only be possible in the creative society, where the scientific and technological potential will be united, free from geopolitical interests, and it will ensure that we will be able to counteract climate processes. About how we can build the creative society within a very short period of time and thus find the way out of all the crises, we will tell you in our next thematic block.
Liebe Zuschauer,
Dear viewers, let's all peek into our future together. Today, you have heard about many problems and absurdities that affect and even threaten us all. But as different crises may seem, they all converge on one point: the impasse of our current consumerist format of society. All the solutions we strive for may lead to individual improvements, but unfortunately, we are not solving the problems at the root. And this despite the fact that we have possibilities and technologies that could already help us today. Our on even more profit and income is blocking our way out of all crises. It leaves us hardly any breathing space, and whoever stands still loses. That is what the current consumer society is all about. But what actually made us build such a society? Who decided that this material pursuit dictates our entire lives? Was it a decision of us people? Do we really want to live like this? We asked people about this. We wanted to find out what people really want in life. What should a society look like in which they want to live? Let's watch the following video.
I would like to live in a society where I can say that my grown-up children and my grandchildren have a happy future. I mean, ideally without wars, and preferably without any mutual threats. I would like to have a society where no one has financial hardships, neither in youth nor in old age, where everyone is socially secure, and where everyone can fulfill their potential. That would be ideal, but not at the expense of others, and also not at the expense of nature.
It is just a basic guarantee that everyone has enough to eat, has enough means to live, and that nature does. I wish that there were no natural disasters, no wars, no catastrophes at all. In my opinion, all of this can be avoided.
Yes, with democratic principles, and that human life is respected. That the Constitution and the laws are truly equal for all, as enshrined in the Basic Law.
Yes, I would like to live in a world where there is some sort of universal income and everyone gets the same amount of money.
So that everyone contributes according to their abilities, talents, and interests, so that it will become the most important thing again.
Yes, financial equality, especially in old age. Many have worked long years and receive very small pensions. As of today, their pension is too low to live well in old age.
Any education should be free. Knowledge should not cost money in order to be able to further educate oneself.
So that children grow up in the society where they can think freely, speak freely, where they can simply trust their perceptions.
To agree to make even more money, when in fact you already have enough, will no longer have a place. To be able to live in a relaxed and open dialogue with people.
In fact, it is financial independence. Of course, it's different when you can afford it. I can go wherever I want to. For example, now I can decide to go on vacation or say, no, today I want to stay at home or spend time with my kids, to do what I want to do, walk my dogs, and do not think about tomorrow all the time. I want to live in a society of people who live together, not simply stay next to each other.
There really should be created conditions ensuring that you can get information completely and it should be freely available, and you can really have any information you need to make decisions. Then it will be worthwhile, at least for society, because all people will be more motivated as they realize Yes, now I can make a difference. And I do it. And I'm doing it now too, because it makes the world a better place.
I wish for peace. I wish that they would all sit down at one table and stop murdering, destroying, and killing, no matter who is on which side, no matter in which country in this.
Education is the core issue, and everyone really should have access to it, so that everyone who wants can study at a university. But as we can see, not everyone can afford it.
So that everyone, let's say, has a sense of togetherness and doesn't think only of themselves, but has a holistic perception. It's also necessary to find a way to decide together how to go forward.
There is enough wealth for everyone. It is only necessary to distribute it properly.
I would say, in any case, a place where you are accepted, where you are loved, where you don't have to be afraid to express your opinion, where everyone is allowed to have their opinion and it is accepted, and no one has to be afraid that they will be judged by their neighbor.
If you want to find solutions different from what is presented to you in society, they always have to come from below. Decision-making from the top will not work, and it is always the system-relevant things that are in the forefront, that is, consumerism and so on. I would fully support this.
Do you mean you would then support the building of such a creative, people-oriented society?
Of course, by all means. Yes, that's what we should always strive for that kind of society. Yeah.
Right away, of course. This is the life we all dream of, that we could live together, that we could live happily together, that no one would hold us back and we could just develop our potential the way we want to. I would join it right away, absolutely.
Yes, definitely, immediately. If there is a chance to implement it, I would say that we should go for it immediately.
Können Sie sich den Antworten anschließen?
Do you agree with the answers? Isn't it also your wish to live in such a society? These are exactly the questions volunteers have been asking millions of people for 10 years in the world's largest society survey in 180 countries. What kind of society do you want to live in? The essence of the answers shows one common and universal understanding. People want to live in freedom, in security, and without wars. They want to be respected and loved. As a result of these years of international social surveys and expert discussions, the model of the creative society was developed, which corresponds to what people want. But the essence is more important than the name. The foundation of the creative society is formed by the 8 pillars that encompass all spheres of life in society. Let's now take a closer look at these principles.
In der kreativen Gesellschaft ist der Mensch die grundlegende Einheit.
In the creative society, the human being is the fundamental unit of the society. Humanity is just one big family, the 8 pillars of the creative base. For that, the first pillar, human life, is the most important one of them. Human life is the highest of values. The life of any human being has to be protected as one's own. The goal of society is to entrust the guarantee and the values of human life. If one human is valuable, then all humans are valuable. The second pillar says that all people are born free and equal. Everyone has the right to choose. There can be no one or nothing or superior to a human, his freedom and his right. The third pillar is human safety, ensures that every human is provided with everything they need for a safe and comfortable life free of charge. Includes, and other things, food, medical care, housing, and a basic income. Technology will not be developed for wars, but for the people. The unified global service dealing with emergencies situations will protect everyone from stress and disasters. Transparency and openness of information for all, as the themes of today's conference has convincingly shown. We desperately need reliable and trustful information. This is guaranteed by the fourth pillar. There is no more secrecy, and everyone has access to information and the status of implementation of society's decisions and the distribution of public funds.
In der Gesellschaft wird ausschließlich das Gute gefördert. alles, was für
Its
menschlich
foundation is the creative ideology. Only goodness will be promoted in society. Everything that stands for humaneness, for higher moral values and mutual respect. At the same time, the propaganda of violence, division, aggression, and anti-humane manifestations will be prohibited. The sixth pillar, development of personality, will create conditions and expand opportunities for personal fulfillment and the development of individual abilities and talents. Education is equally accessible and free to all. What would you do if you could pursue your true calling and interests rather than fulfilling the expectations of others or succumbing to financial pressures? The seventh pillar, justice and equality, ensures that all of our Earth's natural resources are distributed equally among all people. Resources can no longer be monopolized by individuals. Everyone will have the right to private property, and profiting of and exploitation will be a thing of the past. The eighth pillar, self-governing society, returns decision-making power to the people themselves. The concept of power in the creative society is absent. We will vote in the form of a direct democracy on all important decisions that directly affect our lives.
nicht genau das wider, was sich jeder Mensch wünscht?
Do these principles not reflect what each individual wants, how he or she imagines life in a united society, what we understand by human dignity and social justice? The eight pillars are not only a declaration of human rights, but also a guarantee of a better quality of life.
Lassen Sie uns nun schauen, welche
Let us now see what practical impact the implementation of the eight foundations will have on important areas of our life.
den Bereich der Medizin.
Let's look at the field of medicine. In the consumer format, even human health is just a commodity. Specifically, people's diseases. Precisely because money comes first. Medicine is also driven by economic interests. We have already heard several examples today. Hospitals are closing because they are expensive, although the need for them is increasing. Despite the high demand for pharmaceuticals, they are not being produced due to high production costs and low profits. This sad example clearly shows that economic interests currently prevail over concern for people's health. Thanks to the eight pillars, this will be not possible, because human life will become the highest value at the legislative level. The economy and production must serve the good and health of people. Moreover, with the development of all technology, the priority of healthcare will shift towards the well-being of all people rather than profit, as it is now. There will be also no difference in medical care. The eight pillars ensure that all people's lives are equally valued. This means that all people will have free access to free healthcare. That means the highest standards.
Or let's look at the field of labor. Thanks to robotics and artificial intelligence, it is now possible to automate most areas of work. This means that the robots can do hard, dangerous, or unhealthy types of labor for us so that everyone can have more free time. However, in today's consumer society, this would just be ruined for most families as we are financially dependent on our hard-earned money. As the result of mass unemployment, people would have to drastically reduce their consumption, which would lead to significant economic losses and the subsequent collapse of the economy. However, as we have heard already, the third pillar guarantees us an unconditional basic income cap, which is equivalent to $10,000, which means that we no longer be financially dependent on our jobs. new professions and opportunities for development will arise. Because in the creative societies, free and quality education parts will be available to everyone, and everybody will be able to follow their talents and interests and learn what they like and what they will help them to fulfill themselves personally. Qualifications will be equally recognized all over the world. People everywhere will receive the same high wages for equal lines of work, in addition to the unconditional basic income that will be paid to everyone. This has also solved the problem of skills shortage and labor migration. Moreover, until now, automation technologies, which should in fact benefit all people, have only served to the economic interests of individual companies that are simply patented. Was the legislation of an adoption of 8 pillars of the creative society, all technologies and scientific advances will belong exclusively to society itself and benefit all the people, which means that all benefits will equally available to all the people.
Of course, the question may now arise, who is going to pay for all of this? Let's remember what we heard today about the economic model at the stage of transition to the creative society. We, the people, will manage and control the financial system ourselves. It means that we will be able to regulate the money supply so that everyone will be provided for and even beyond what they really need. Because the economy is planned out, we will have as much money as we need. Moreover, there will be no inflation since prices will be fixed by law and can only decrease. Prices for identical goods will be the same all over the world. This will be possible thanks to effective and efficient logistics. In the current consumer format of society, the majority of scientific advances are unfortunately used for military purposes or for profit maximization. In the format of the creative society, where all people are united by a common goal, all the bright minds and all other sources we have as humanity will work together for the benefit of all people, not to maximize the profits of the few as it happens now. All the scientific organizations that are now divided and working against each other to develop destroying humans will be able to unite the scientific and technological potential in the creative society and use it for the benefit of all humanity.
Stellen Sie sich nur vor, was das für ein Potenzial in allen Bereichen der Forschung und der
Just imagine the potential this would open up in all areas of research and technologies development, including those technologies that already exist today, but are inaccessible to the masses. In a very short time, we will be able to solve all climate problems. Everyone with everything they need for a healthy, comfortable, and happy life. You are about to see what our life would look like in a world where the 8 pillars of the creative society will be implemented into law, and thus the economy, all technology, and simply everything will be focused solely on improving the lives of every person.
Safety. In the creative society, human life is the highest value. This society will be safe for you and your family. The latest technologies will be implemented everywhere to help security services stay ahead of the curve. We will finally have a sense of security. Concepts like crime, missing people, killing of children and adults will no longer exist in any part of the world. No longer will you be afraid to let your child go to school or outside. You won't be afraid to walk home late at night, go for a jog, or go to concerts. In the creative society, no crime or offense will go unpunished. In the creative society, the safety of each person is the highest priority. Healthcare.
In the creative society, healthcare will be top-notch and free
for every person all over the world.
Imagine artificial intelligence that incorporates the expertise of all the best doctors in history. It controls high-tech robots that perform tasks of any complexity. These cutting-edge technologies make healthcare of a high quality. Right now, health is a commodity, whereas in the creative society, everyone's health is a priority. After all, we benefit from the fact that every person is healthy and we have a healthy nation. Thanks to the development of nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, epidemics, cancer, diabetes, all other incurable diseases will be a thing of the past. The very approach in healthcare will change, as it will be aimed at preventing diseases, and in general, we will finally get real treatment and real recovery. With such a development in healthcare and technology, it is quite possible to prolong human life beyond the species limit. The creative society is all about healthy and happy people. Education. In the creative society, education at any level will be free and available to absolutely every person. Thanks to a new approach to education and advanced technology, you will be able to study and learn new skills anytime and anywhere, as well as easily change careers. Education will no longer be a chore. The process will be engaging. Example, with the help of VR glasses, you will study the human body from inside, traveling among molecules. In the creative society, you will be able to study at any university in the world and learn any profession you want. Economy. No inflation. The first thing that will happen in the creative society is writing off all debts and loans from private individuals, abolition of real estate taxes and personal property taxes. There will be no loan interest rates. We will start with a clean slate. All of this will be possible due to a format of economy that will be designed to benefit the interests of every person. It takes the financial burden off of every family. Workday. By birthright, every person, regardless of their status, age, gender, or race, are guaranteed a monthly universal basic income that will provide for all of your essential needs. And if you want a better life, a bigger house, or a premium car, an airplane, or a yacht, you will be able to easily afford it by working just for 4 hours, 4 days a week. You will have a job that you like and enjoy, one that you really love, and in which you will be able to fulfill your potential to the maximum. All the hard, monotonous, and damaging human health work will be performed by robots and automated systems. This is already being gradually implemented, but in the consumerist format, its large-scale implementation threatens with mass unemployment and the collapse of the economic system. Yet, this is not the case in the creative society. It will only benefit humanity. After all, technology will be available to all people. All these innovations will give us a lot of free time. Finally, fathers and mothers will be able to watch their children grow up and spend as much time with them as they want. People with everything: hobbies, self-development, traveling, learning new skills, and a lot more. The creative society gives people free time. Every working person will have at least 2 months off. You want to go with your whole family to the Maldives or anywhere else in the world to see some places of interest or visit relatives on other continents. No problem. You'll be able to really spend your vacation the way you want to, rather than opt for what you can afford. Traffic jams. Free roads. It's real. And most importantly, safe ones. There will be no accidents, and we will be able to solve the issue of traffic jams. You will no longer have to waste your time. Every city will have a smart system connected to all cars via artificial intelligence. This system helps regulate on the roads and calculate the best route. cars in the creative society will be able to block the engine start if the driver is intoxicated, analyze facial expressions, detect driver drowsiness and distraction. In case of a threat, the car will signal the driver. If they do not react, the car will turn on the emergency lights, head to the side of the road and stop. Alert the driver of danger and take control in a critical situation. In the creative society, everything is built around the comfort and safety of humans. Housing. The good news is that we can provide every person with free housing. We already have a huge amount of breakthrough technologies. Some of them already allow us to build comfortable housing quickly and efficiently. In the creative society, every person will be provided with a minimum of 650 square feet per person, absolutely free by birthright. If you have a family of 4, you are provided with a house of 2,600 square feet. No mortgage, no rent to pay. You won't have to pay utilities or property tax. The house will be equipped with the most advanced technologies available to society. And that means that all household chores such as washing, cleaning, ironing, and cooking will be done by robots only, which will do that quickly and perfectly. Human beings are not slaves. Human beings should live a free and happy life. Equality. In the creative society, all people will have equal rights. There will be no racial division. In the creative society, you will have rights in actual fact, not on paper. Ecology and food. In the creative society, thanks to the unification of scientific potential, we will be able to solve many problems related to ecology and climate. We will finally have clean air and clean water. Food will be healthy, delicious, and of high quality. You won't have to worry that you'll put on weight and that food will negatively affect your health.
Every idea is only as good as it is feasible. This also applies to the Creative Society project. We would like to emphasize that it will be implemented exclusively by peaceful and democratic means, and that this goal is absolutely realistic. However, this requires the conscious decision of each individual to live in the Creative Society. The building of the Creative Society will take place in 3 successful stages, in full accordance with the law. Information stage, second, political stage, and third, world referendum. We are currently in the first and most important stage. The aim of this stage is to inform the majority of people on the planet about the Creative Society project. This stage is already being actively implemented by the project participants all over the world. They tell about the pillars and the stages of building the Creative Society, about its benefits that will be available for everyone, and show how every person can participate in the information stage. Only when the majority of people are informed and express their desire to live in the Creative Society, the electoral demand will be made to the politicians to build the Creative Society. We would like to note that participants in other countries have already talked to representatives from politics about the Creative Society and the feasibility of the 8 pillars. The reactions were positive. There was only one catch in all this. As long as no electoral demand is made, it remains only a good idea. But in this, at the same time, lies the great opportunity. After all, political representatives are always dependent on the support of their voters. The highest goal of every politician is to be elected. So if the majority of people are united in the goal of building the creative society, then there will also be politicians who will implement it. After all, they want to be elected. On the other hand, politicians are also human beings, like you and me. They also have families, friends, and will also have advantages in the creative society, such as security and recognition for their action in the interest of people. Also, even more, the importance and urgency of actions in the current stage of informing and telling other people about the creative society. How can you tell that enough people are informed? Quite simply, there will not be a single person in our country who has not heard about the creative society. People will talk about the creative society everywhere and express their support in various ways, including putting the project's logo everywhere. Our electoral demand for building the creative society, which comes from the majority of the country's voters, will form for the lawful implementation of the second stage. That is why, especially now in the first information stage, it is so important and crucial that each one of us takes responsibility for spreading the information about the creative society, that everyone grasps the essence of the project and inform as many people as possible about it. It is really up to each and every one of us how quickly we can move on to the next stage.
So, once there's the electoral demand for the majority of active voters to the politicians, we can move to the second political stage of building the creative society. On the political stage, we need to put in people who will promote the building of the creative society. For this, we need an electoral platform instrument, whose functions will be expanded in the building of the creative society. From the outset, a secure electronic resource needs to be created in every country. Let's call it preliminary electoral platform. It is necessary to bring people together, to bring the creative society, and to make a contract with politicians so that they can no longer cheat us. On this platform, people who support the creative society will be able to pre-select candidates for representative bodies after they have registered, as well as control and elect politicians if they do not keep their election promises. The electoral platform will also include the following demands from people to politicians: implementation of the 8 pillars of the creative society in the constitution of the country, and implementation of the electoral platform at the state level. From the politicians who pledge to implement these demands, we will select the candidates. We will vote for them in the upcoming elections on the platform before official elections. Once these candidates are selected, we will conclude a contract with them on the preliminary electoral platform. The purpose of this contract is to legally establish the public commitment of politicians to fulfill our demands contained on the preliminary electoral platform, namely, implementation of the 8 pillars of the creative society in the constitution of the country, adoption of the law recognizing the electoral platform as the supreme legislative body, adoption of the law to recall politicians through the electoral platform if they fail to fulfill their obligations to the people. At the next election, we elect the candidates with whom we have concluded the contract on the preliminary electoral platform. Elections take place according to the laws in force in each state. If politicians, once in power, violate or postpone the fulfillment of the terms of the contract, we can recall them with all constitutional and legal rights or call complete new elections. With a majority of our legislative body, they will be able to write the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitution without hindrance and legitimize the electoral platform as the supreme legislative body of the country.
What are the functions of the electoral platform at this stage? The electoral platform is a single digital system that belongs to society. It represents the highest legislative body in the country. At this stage, we will be able to both recall the politicians we elect and check their execution of orders, as well as veto the laws we deem harmful to people. We are used to elect every few years and hoping that they will keep their election promises. Often, we have seen that the statements made just before an election and the actual actions after a politician has been elected differ greatly, to put it mildly. What options do we currently have to counteract this? We can silently sit and wait for the next election, where we place our trust in vain in the hands of the next representative, or we can try to show our discontent at trials and protests. But let's face the truth. The past has shown that this has not led to any fundamental change. Even when it got as far as a revolution, the legal possibility to immediately recall a politician through the electoral platform transforms a politician from a ruler to the one who serves people. So to speak, the executive organ of people's will. We as employers, as an employers, can dismiss him at any time and immediately if he doesn't act in the interest of an entire population. Let us summarize. We use the existing policy as an instrument to bring about, on the basis of the existing laws and by peaceful means, those changes that are actually in the interest of people. Thus, the aim of the second stage, on the basis of the existing laws of the countries, firstly, is to include the 8 pillars into the constitution, secondly, to pass a law making the electoral platform the supreme legislative body of the country, and thirdly, to introduce the mechanism, people, to immediately recall an elected politician and put another in his place. However, the building of the creative society does not end there, because this format can only be fully implemented on a global scale. No single country or even an alliance or a few countries can actually provide all the benefits provided the creative society model. Therefore, we need a world referendum on the adoption of the creative model of development by all of the humanity.
Die Vorbereitung eines weltweiten Referendums erfordert den
The preparation of the world referendum requires the consolidation of all countries of the world. For this purpose, conferences can be held at the global level, the necessary international treaties can be signed, and experts can be consulted on various issues relating to the building of the creative society. Once a country has adopted the electoral platform at the national level, it can participate in the world referendum and is already building the creative society and joining the common space of the creative society. Once all countries have adopted the electoral platform, prep world referendum begin. For this to happen, the authorized representatives of the countries at the international level are going to develop one single electoral platform. This is a unified electronic resource accepted by all countries as a fundamental element of people's power. With the help of the electoral platform, we will be able to monitor the actions of our representatives in prepping for the world referendum. On this single world electoral platform, the world referendum on the global transition to the creative society will be held through a common expression of will by all people. The referendum also legitimizes the single world electoral platform as the supreme body of power on earth and unites the world into one single civilization. This means that both the adoption of laws, the appointment and dismissal of executives, and all other socially important decisions will from now on be exclusively made by people themselves on the unified world electoral platform. This is the beginning of the true self-government of society. From this point on, politicians are no longer needed as people's representatives. The role of politicians will be purely executive. They will no longer be above people, but will only be elected to carry out certain actions at the request of the people. But they will no longer carry any decision-making power themselves. Through this platform, the decision will no longer be made by individuals or parliament, but by people themselves. There will no longer be any other way to adopt laws. The world referendum also sets a date for the start of the transition period to the creative society, which is estimated to take up approximately 5 to 6 years. However, in order to make the transition period possible, preparations must be made. That is, the economy must be set on a new course, the necessary laws must be passed, and responsible leaders appointed, expert teams must be informed, and a unified global emergency service must be established. These preparations may take about 6 months from the time of the world referendum. All decisions within the preparation will be made by people themselves, with the help of the single electoral platform, after the experts have worked through the questions.
Ab dem durch das Referendum festgelegten Datum für den Beginn der Übergangszeit
From the date set by the referendum for the start of the transition period, global demand-led planning of the economy, a single monetary unit, universal basic income for all people will be introduced. Absolutely all debt will be cancelled. Everyone will be provided with free housing, medicine, education. Already at the beginning of the transition period, we will feel significant improvements in our lives. And at the end, when we enter the full-fledged creative society, we will really experience what a human, dignified, free, and safe life means. From the moment that the world referendum is held, everything will happen very quickly. We will be one civilization with a common goal of improving the lives of all. Just imagine we will be able to make once we unite all our scientific, intellectual, and human potential in one goal to improve the lives of all people. This is precisely the power of unity, the power that comes from the majority once we are united in one common goal.
Es wird nur kurze Zeit dauern.
It will only take a short time to solve the climatic, social, and resource problems, and to build a world we all dream of. It will open up possibilities that we could never achieve as an individual, single group, or even a single state, especially not in a consumerist form. The creative society is the worldwide unification of all people with the aim of building a world in which human life has the highest value, namely the life of every individual. A united humanity does not mean that we'll lose our individuality. On the contrary, in the creative society, all national cultures, traditions, and history will be preserved, and everyone will be able to develop their individual potential. This is only a matter of making sure that everyone's life is equally valuable, and therefore everything will be directed towards the improvement of the life of every individual. Do you understand how effective and smart these simple steps and changes are? Why do we have to implement each step first and only then do all the other actions? Right, because then we will no longer be acting separately and divided from each other, but already as one united human civilization. This is a completely different starting by combining all our forces directed oriented towards improving the lives of all human beings. We create a leverage for problems in the shortest possible time and to raise all our spheres of life to a new evolutionary level. The three stages serve to bring us exactly into this starting point. And the wonderful thing about it is that we humans can implement this ourselves. We don't have to wait and hope that someone will do this for us. The creative society is the project of people, for all people.
Lassen Sie uns näher auf die Wählerplattform eingehen. Was ist das genau? Und warum ist dieses Instrument so wichtig für die Umsetzung des Formates der kreativen Gesellschaft? Die Wählerplattform ist
Let's take a closer look at the electoral platform. What is it? And how important is it for the implementation of the creative society format? The electoral platform is the basis of self-governance in society. It gives to us, the people, the right to decide directly, without intermediaries, how we want to live in society. The electoral platform is a single-digit system owned by the society. This is an easy-to-use app that you install on your phone or tablet. Everyone will have secure access. It will be the only legally enforceable tool for initiating and passing laws. And new laws are published on this single platform and will be made available for everyone to see. In addition, everyone will have the right to make proposals for laws that will improve people's lives. Laws will be made by the community itself through voting. Everyone will have an equal voice and will be able to actively participate in the adoption of laws and therefore shape their future and their living conditions. The level of modern technology today makes it possible to create a platform that is fully protected against the possibility of tampering with the results and transparent to all. It would be enough if everyone took about 30 minutes a week to look at initiatives and draft laws. The voting will be clear and understandable to all. It will be enough to vote whether one agrees with the initiative or not. Of course, these bills will not just be arbitrarily created, but will be prepared by the relevant experts and submitted in the form of proposals. Each initiative will be first considered from the perspective of how it will affect people's lives. Experts in the relevant areas of life will not make decisions on behalf of the people, but will only develop, justify, and explain the relevant proposals. The results will be made available on the platform in the form of a ready-made bill with all its advantages and disadvantages for people's lives. Each person will only have to weigh for themselves whether this initiative will improve their life or not. Initiatives can be local and global. Let's look at an example of what such a simple voting platform might look like.
For example, Anna had two bills on the ballot: to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be briefly and clearly stated with all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building houses not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building right by the water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house with access to the water, which means there will be no public access to the body of water. Besides, it would harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose?
Haben wir heute die Möglichkeit, selbst über unser Leben zu entscheiden?
Do we have the opportunity today to decide for ourselves how to live our lives? Are we the people, the ones who have decided to participate in wars? Did we ask for higher electricity and heating costs? Did we decide on this artificial inflation and constant rise in living costs? Did anyone ask us if we wanted all this social injustice? Was it all the will of the people, or was it all decided for us? What would be your decision on these issues? The world look like when we, the people, make our own decisions and vote for laws through direct democracy on the electoral platform? Decisions are now made by a few. All these decisions are based on money and power. We see that this has brought us to a dead end in all spheres of life. We will not find solutions within this system. Today, you could clearly see the absurdity of our current format of society. With the completely legal introduction of the electoral platform in building a creative society, we will be able to put human life as the basis of all decisions. We will no longer have to complain about the empty promises of politicians or blame them for the bad situation in the country. Together, we will be able to actively build a better future for our children. All laws that will be passed on to the electoral platform must, of course, be in line with the 8 pillars of the creative society, which will be legally enshrined in the Constitution. They will function and apply equally to all people. This means that nothing that would threaten human freedom and security, that would degrade living conditions or even can be enacted. The focus and scope within which laws may operate are clearly defined, namely that they serve solely to improve and protect human life.
The concept of the creative society didn't originate in Germany or any other country, but from a worldwide impulse of people based on the experiences and mistakes of our past. From the analysis of experts, lawyers, political scientists and sociologists. But the legal and democratic realization starts from within the country. And that is where we, as citizens of our country, are needed. We can be a positive example for other countries because the whole world looks up at Germany. What keeps us from implementation is our passivity and lost faith in ourselves. We Germans, our self-organization and willingness to help, and with united efforts, implement this plan with a short period of time. We heard that it is not possible to move to the political phase until the information phase is completed and the support of the electoral demand by the majority is secured. Why is informing so important? Because no one will do it for us. It is up to us to act. The will of the people is not a tick on the ballot paper, but the free expression of their will everywhere. When we are ready to tell everyone around us what we want, informing each other is a way of self-organization. We, the people, are responsible for our own lives. If you have a question, what exactly can I do? The answer is to tell your friends and acquaintances about the project. Share the information on social media. Use all the opportunities available to you. If you're a blogger, talk about the project on your channel. If you work with people, share the information with your clients. The media won't tell about us until there are so many of us that we can no longer be ignored. In the meantime, we will have to make some effort. After all, each of us can be that decisive voice on the scale in building the creative society. Let's look together at what motivates people to participate and how they inform others.
Greetings, my name is Arnold. I am 28 years old, and soon I will begin professional training in the field of chemistry.
My name is Selena. I studied to become a teacher.
I am an auto mechanic.
I work as an architect.
I've been traveling around the world as a digital nomad for 10 years.
My name is Alexander. I am from Stockstadt am Main.
Greetings. My name is Angelina, and I'm a certified media designer.
Why do I support the Creative Society? Because for me, the Creative Society is the answer to the question of peaceful life. First of all, it is about how to live in harmony and in eternal peace with all the people on the planet.
I want us to live in harmony with nature. I don't want animals to suffer. It's also very important to me that people all over the world get a free and good education.
When I look at global events and at the world through the eyes of children, it becomes clear to me that something urgently needs to be changed. Something that will affect the whole world. This is the format in which we all live.
It's time to take a step towards something great and united, where we'll unite, where we'll become one. It's time to step beyond and do something new. And nature itself shows us that we are at a point where we need to make.
Years ago, I thought, why aren't there people in this world who would finally start to build a world in which we can live freely? That's why I participate in the Creative Society project. And every day, I see people from supporting this project to build a better world for all of us.
I do this first and foremost for myself, my children, my grandchildren, and their descendants. All of humanity needs this, and I want everyone on the planet to have a decent life and life in peace.
I read these 8 pillars, and each one of them touched something I've been looking for subconsciously for a long time. And when I found out that such a project already exists, and so many people are participating in it, I just decided I have to be a part of it. I simply must be a part of it.
Because if all the people on Earth unite and act together, then certainly we can create incredible things and live beautifully in unity in the future.
And that is the power when people unite in one goal with one vision of the future. That is what is so lacking in this world.
Thanks to the Creative Society project, I met many interesting participants. All of them are very different, but all of them share the same goal, which is to build a humane world.
Right now, I'm doing voiceover of the female voice in one of the videos for the Creative Society project. I'm not a dubbing artist by profession. I'm a nurse. I'm honored opportunity to support this project in this way, because the Creative Society project for me is the most important initiative that is implemented by people for people.
The Creative Society project reflects what I desire for myself and for all people in this world. I support it and try to participate in it as actively as possible to inform all people about this project.
Of how I inform about the Creative Society, I can say that only by my own example. I am telling people about the importance of this society format.
I support the project by informing YouTubers and bloggers. I talk to my friends and relatives. I inform people around me in the area where I live. And I talk to people while I'm traveling. To the best of my ability, I try to inform as many people as possible so that we can move on to the next stage.
Just to wake people up and say, hey, we have to go in a different direction together. Not walk like lemons to the edge and then throw ourselves off of it, but just find a way out of this dilemma together.
Like all of our participants, I actively inform people about the Creative Society by telling about the project, I also help with video editing for social media.
I also hand out a lot of business cards. Wherever I go, I just leave some business cards there. And also give them to people, saying a few words. And of course, I inform people through alternative media by making small posts there.
And everyone does what they can, what they want. No one is forced, whether it's making videos or video editing, translation, writing texts, or simultaneously. There are different projects you can take part in if you want to.
I also ask my daughter to print stickers for me. You can see them here on my car. And now I'm driving around the city like that, and people ask me about it.
I support the Creative Society project in the following ways. I prepare and design informational materials such as flyers, posters, business cards, thumbnails for videos such as the ones you can see on YouTube.
I inform people wherever I have the opportunity to do it, like with video or on TikTok. There are opportunities to talk to people everywhere.
If we all put a little effort and think about what this project created by people for people will give us, then we'll have an opportunity to change the situation.
Each of us has a heart, and we must finally start listening to it in order to build a better world on this planet.
Das ist wirklich sehr inspirierend.
This is really very inspiring. People are coming together for a secure future. It's so great to see such seemingly different people united by one goal, finding different ways to spread this vital information. Do you know how quickly the whole world can be informed? This can be calculated using a mathematical formula. If each person tells 5 more people about the Creative Society, we can implement the first of the 3 stages in just 2 weeks. When it comes to informing, there is no limit to our creativity. For example, people with musical talent create musical works and convey the message of unification through music. We are also happy to hear one of such inspiring examples right now, a song composed by the participants themselves, especially for today's conference.
Wir unterschätzen uns, wenn wir vereint sind. Jeder will glücklich leben, in Frieden und ohne Sorgen. Unsere Kinder werden sich frei entfalten können, grenzenlos.
Zeit, sich selbst zu fragen, wo wir eigentlich sind, zu warten auf Wunder, macht doch keinen Sinn. Wo ist das Leben? Wir sind mittendrin und kriegen das nicht hin. Verstehen, durch Kraft und Seele wohnt es anzugehen. Sich für jeden von uns lohnt, das Leben wählen, heißt handeln hier und jetzt, denn Zukunft entsteht jetzt. Es ist Zeit, unser Land braucht Zeit, unser Land braucht Möglichkeit, aufzublühen. Es ist Zeit, endlich Zeit, es ist Zeit. Jeder Mensch braucht Einigkeit, jeder Mensch braucht Möglichkeit, aufzublühen.
Uns fehlt nur dieser kleine Schritt, der Schritt zur kreativen Gesellschaft. Eine Welt, die sich jeder wünscht. Alles wird so einfach sein, wenn wir uns in diesem Ziel vereinen. Es ist unsere Chance.
Zeit uns zu entscheiden, so wie es jetzt ist, darf es doch nicht bleiben. Lasst uns unsere Zukunft selber schreiben, denn das Gute braucht uns, das Wunder liegt in uns. Muss die Hand zu reichen, zusammen zu erreichen, über allem steht der Wert des Lebens, für alle Menschen gleich. Es ist Zeit, unser Land braucht Einigkeit, unser Land braucht Möglichkeit aufzublühen. Es ist Zeit, endlich Zeit, es ist Zeit. Jeder Mensch braucht Einigkeit, jeder Mensch braucht Möglichkeit aufzublühen. Es ist Zeit, endlich Zeit. Hand in Hand, zusammen für das gleiche Ziel, vereinen wir uns. Die Zukunft kann jetzt kommen, und dafür ist jetzt Zeit. Es ist Zeit, unser Land braucht Einigkeit, unser Land braucht Möglichkeit aufzublühen. Es ist Zeit, endlich Zeit. Es ist Zeit, jeder Mensch braucht Einigkeit, jeder Mensch braucht Möglichkeit aufzublühen. Es ist Zeit, endlich Zeit.
Vielen Dank für dieses wunderbare.
Thank you so much for this wonderful musical gift. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the participants who prepared it. We are also grateful to everyone who made this conference happen, and also to those who, in addition to their work and other responsibilities, worked tirelessly during their free time to help with the preparation. A huge thank you to our technical team and interpreters from 60 countries who are truthful and unbiased in looking at the world and talking about our country to their respective audiences.
Dear viewers, I'm confident that together we can build the creative society. We do have a chance, but this requires the participation of all people because the creative society is focused on all of the humanity. We must finally overcome divisions and separations we have never been aligned with. There's nothing that divides us. We are human beings. We are all united by the pursuit of human ease and love. The creative society, through its 8 pillars, ensures that we live as one human family, the way we want to live, in peace, love, and respect.
We have
realized that today's format of society has no future. Holistic solutions are neither feasible nor foreseen in the profit and power-oriented world. In the creative society, we can set a different vector. Important decisions will be made responsibly and will always be aligned with the interests of the people. The 8 pillars will show us the way. As we have seen today, the creative society is what our country has always stood for: human rights, social security, an economy that must serve the people, progress, nature. The creative society guarantees all of this, because human life in it comes first. Who, if not our country, has the potential to take the first step towards the creative society?
Just imagine the potential that will be unleashed. The bright minds from various fields around the world will come together in an interdisciplinary basis, all working towards a common goal of improving people's lives. And we urgently need this potential now, as the progression of natural disasters requires immediate solutions, solutions that united science can provide. And for this, we need the creative society. That's why it is time to act. We can no longer wait and hope that crisis and injustice will cease to exist in the current format of society. We must take responsibility for our lives, for our society, and for our country. It's time to act. Let's begin today, in unity, peacefully, and with respect for human life. Let's seize this opportunity to fundamentally solve our crises and problems and together change the format from the consumerist to the creative one, in which every person will have a decent and secure life. You can contribute to positive change right now by sharing the link to today's conference and spreading the idea further. You can learn more about the project on our website, creativesociety.com. Tell your neighbors, friends, and acquaintances about the Creative Society. Together, we will build a sustainable future. The choice is ours.
Yes, the demand for change is felt very strongly from people around the world.
People want this. And if they want this, then what is needed?
A new alternative.
If people want change, if people want to live decently, then they should live decently. But in order for us to do it, we should apply a little bit of effort. Right? Right. And as of today, I'll say, politicians are already supporting it. And in many countries, it has already gone forward. And it will be really gaining momentum. Let's say, is it hard just to go and conduct social surveys among people? If there's a spare minute, you can go talk to people, communicate, explain. Well, some people are already doing that, and it brings good fruit.
Right, and I remember you were also sharing about, tell me, why do you vote for a certain candidate?
Of course.
Because he supports the 8 foundations.
Of course.
So people will be interested in what the 8 foundations are about.
What are the 8 foundations and what are they for? Well, the most important thing is that we can really implement this. What is necessary for that? To make an effort, to really stop being enemies to each other, and learn to love and respect each other. After all, we want to be respected and loved, don't we? We do. So let's love each other, and let's respect each other. Let's stop being lazy, and let's get up and go to a brighter future.